Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another day of Gloomhaven. Today we will be tackling once again scenario 43, which kicked our butts last time, but hopefully through a combination of better play and better play, we'll be able to beat it this time. Let's just quickly pause all these things. Title should be updated, should be good. I will have to take a short pee break shortly, but don't quite need to yet. So we'll start with the scenario first. So the first thing we need to do is we're just going to jump right in. So we're going to do our city and road events. So let's just switch the camera. And we don't want this. It's this one, right? Yes. There we go. All right. So city event first. Okay. Ooh, that's nice. That is very nice, actually. Okay. Well, I'm not going to do my road event immediately because I believe this should change something. So let me bring this back. So we gained 1 reputation. Finally, we've been sitting on 13 reputation for forever. Good afternoon, Inicio. Always happy to see you. Hope you're doing well. Um, yeah, I'm actually feeling a bit better. Actually, I was afraid. So like I said, I mean, for about 5 days leading up to Tuesday, my throat had been getting progressively worse. So I was afraid I was going into getting sick, but now it feels better. So I don't really know what it was. It's still a tiny bit sore, but it feels like I thought it was going to be like the beginning of a descent into true sickness, but in the end, I don't know, it seems to be passing actually. So yeah, I feel much better. Thank you. And I have to admit, I'm also just really excited to play today. All right, I'm usually excited to play, right? But here especially, after I played so poorly and lost on +2 difficulty, like if I lose on +3 difficulty, for example, it doesn't really bother me. Not that this bothered me, but it doesn't sit with me, is what I should say. But when I lose some +2, it really does, obviously, because I know that I made mistakes and stuff like this. Now, sometimes, yeah, if there were like summons or something like that, you could just chalk it up to luck. But there was nothing of that sort here. There was an enemy type that we have some difficulty dealing with, but we even do have one good tool for it. So really, we just played poorly. And anytime that happens, man, I'm always so excited to get back into it and give it another shot. I love the feeling of knowing you can do better. It's really satisfying in a game like this. I mean, especially when you're playing solo. It's a little bit different when you play with other people because then there's a social aspect. But here, playing solo, it's really all about pushing myself. And so, after a day like Tuesday, both I guess by being less sick and by wanting to fix our mistakes, I'm really excited to get into this today. But we also got a pretty good start here. So, like I said, we gained 1 reputation and we gained 15 collective gold. Um, so, I mean, the Elementalist already has all the gold in the world, so we don't need to put any there. The Soothsayer could use gold a little bit, but not even that badly. Really, the Quartermaster needs a ton of gold. We need Boots of Striding, and we also, at the very least, want a Doomed Compass. So, yeah, we're going to work on getting both of those for him. So, since we have 15 collective gold, we can distribute it however we want. We're just going to put all 15 of that gold onto the Quartermaster, which puts him up to 21. And then we're going to buy Boots of Striding, which costs 17, so we're going to get down to 4. That's going to help us a lot for the scenario, actually. I guess TTS/Gloomhaven gods are also in favor of us doing a bit better and trying to help us out a little bit by providing us some nifty Boots of Striding. All right, now we need to do the road event. Ugh, all right, well, I guess balance in all things. All right. Yeah, it's not that bad. I mean, there are many that are much worse. We have to consume 1 collective small item. Yeah, we needed healing a lot in this scenario because of all the wounds. So I think keeping the minor healing potions is quite valuable. It probably should just be a minor mana potion. So then the real question is just which of these two characters is the better one to consume the minor mana potion on? I'm not sure it actually changes much. We don't have the refresh modifiers on the Quartermaster, do we? No, we don't. So, yeah, I guess initiative matters for that. Because then we could ask which one of these two is more likely to be able to go before the Elementalist. Now, the Elementalist is kind of slow, so honestly, either of them could go before, but it's easier for the Soothsinger, I would say, to go before the Elementalist than it is for the Quartermaster to do so. So we'll consume the Quartermaster's minor mana potion. All right, now we're just going to make a small change here. I think our Quartermaster deck was fine. I don't think we need to make any changes there. There's nothing we really missed. We missed a little bit of movement, but this is partially due to stupid plays. And we have our Boots of Striding now. We definitely, I don't think, want this attack 3 on bottom. The shielding is generally going to be more valuable, and making attack 3s and sitting still to fight running drakes when they hit for 5 is just a losing proposition. Yeah, I mean, I would love to loot too, since he does really still want money, but is a ranged attack better? Because of the types of enemies we're facing. We already have 2 ranged attacks. I don't really feel like we need a third. Nah, I think we'll stay like that. Although, at the same time, Crippling Bow's bottom is nice because the Immobilize is actually very good against these Drakes. Maybe we should have considered that. The problem is, what would we swap it out for? So our weakest cards are probably things like Reserved Energy, although Reserved Energy I really want to try now that I've got 5 spent items on the Elementalist. It seems like it can be quite good there, plus we need the movement anyway. Crushing Hammer is definitely very good. Hasten Step, just 2 halves we really want. Again, Reinforced Steel, we're just not going to use it as early, but the bottom is still excellent. Scroll of Lightning, excellent top. Sharpening Kit, both halves are good. Giant Club, excellent top. Blade of Boomerang. So, I mean, I guess the worst card for us is certainly Iron Bulwark. I think that's fair. But the biggest problem is if we sub in Crippling Bow for Iron Bulwark, the Immobilize is really only good if we can go early with it. But we won't actually have the initiative really to make that work. And we won't be able to make a top ranged attack with that bottom ranged attack. So, I mean, if we did, we would be at 40 or 44 initiative, which doesn't work. We'd be cutting one of our good initiatives. So, even though I think this can be good, I think the initiative is the biggest problem. Because otherwise, in order to get to get early initiative, we basically have to play one of our shield bottoms, and those don't really work as tops. Actually, in fact, none of our shield bottoms really have good tops. So yeah, I think another bottom action is what we want. Impaling Spear, we had enough difficulty even just correctly using our ogre stabby thing last time. All right, so no, I think no changes there, other than no changes there. This is the one I know we really want to make a change on. But first, let's do the element. Well, all right, let's just do the Soothsayer, so that change is easy. Surely enough, we were incorrect to not bring Defensive Ditty, so let's go ahead and grab that and replace Power Ballad. I really thought this party would need damage more than defense. It actually does. I mean, a big problem we had was actually just having mediocre damage, and Power Ballad helps a lot for dealing with these Flame Demons. But in the long term, I mean, over the entire course of the scenario, Defensive Ditty just would have been more useful. The question is, should we keep Power Ballad for the beginning because of how valuable it is for dealing with the Flame Demons, and then get rid of it afterwards? The bottom is also a fine bottom action, but we have so many fine bottom actions, I think we can't really justify that. And we also just don't have other cards we want to cut. All our cards are so good, with the exception of, I mean, like, all right, Tuning the Outcome's pretty mediocre, but again, it's at least a top action that does something. So I think we're fine there. So as for the Elementalist, so the interesting thing with the Elementalist is AoEs are even better now than they were before, now that we have Robes of Evocation as well, because with Robes of Evocation plus Formless Power, so to give an example, this one we can already make an attack 3, which is amazing. Or this one on top here, if we can consume fire and then 2 random elements, which we can, I mean, guaranteed get 2 random elements if we really want, plus a Formless Power up and Robes of Evocation, we can actually turn this into an attack 4 wound AoE, which is really nice. We only have one other non-loss AoE that we can add, which is Turbulent Cyclone. Turbulent Cyclone. Don't think that's really where we want to be. Push doesn't really do much here. So no, I don't think it's correct to change that. I mean, I think our deck is right. We just need to play better. Simply said. Yeah. The problem is we're not, I mean, this class is really a class that requires very advanced planning, and playing it three-handed is rough. I do still prefer to play this class in a 3-player party, but yeah, normally I think it's much easier to play. I mean, you're gonna have a much more effective Elementalist if you play the Elementalist I mean, Elementalist being the only class you're playing, rather than trying to play 3 classes at once, including the Elementalist, because then it's much more difficult to actually just focus on what the Elementalist is supposed to be doing for setting himself up. All right, so there are no scenario rules again. We're just set in this first room where we have 2 Elite Flame Demons with 6 health. So it's kind of the same situation as last time. We have to set up Winter's Edge on the second turn. So again, how much do we need to get with Winter's Edge? Because most classes in the game, especially after a certain number of modifiers, you can really count on getting a +1. Sadly, the Elementalist, uh, yeah, the Elementalist modifier deck, I would say, is the biggest. I mean, well, one of the 2 biggest problems with this class. Primal Duality plus the level 7 card is one, and the second is the modifier deck. But yeah, so we can't count on +1s really. So this means this is just a 5. So 5 plus 4 Pyrrhus is effectively 9, and again, I believe we needed effective 11 to kill. Ugh, that's a problem. All right, so that means it's got to be, since we're not going to have Power Ballad anymore, it means we have to have Sharpening Kit and we have to have Robes of Evocation used. That's fine. So that means we need Wind, Ice, and another random element. The other random element can easily be Earth if we use this. It's kind of okay if we use 3 spent items right away because we can either get them back with reserved energy or we can long rest before the next room. The other option is, again, it can be Scroll of Lightning. The biggest problem we had in dealing with this room last time was taking 8 retaliate damage, but it's just impossible, I think, for us to get through this room without taking a ton of retaliate damage, just because of our class setup with these elite flame demons. Again, if we were playing with stamina potions, this would be so much easier, right? We could just, I mean, maybe use some more items if we really need to, but we could essentially just Winter's Edge this room twice, take no retaliate damage, and get out much more easily. But because we don't have real stamina potions, we're not able to do something like that. So having only a single answer to these high shield, high retaliate enemies is a big problem. We have no way of increasing the Quartermaster's range. I mean, other than buying a Hawk Helm, which is really not the answer. So yeah, the Quartermaster always takes retaliate from these. To the best of my knowledge, I don't see a better line than, again, just wounding one. I mean, we could not attack it the second time. I'm not sure if that it's possible that attacking it the second time doesn't add much. I don't know. Instead, the problem is we can't even do like a heal on an off turn. You know, if we're just like letting it tick down. Hey, prototype. Thanks for the tip. Welcome back to number one. The cheer, sorry. Because we have to use the bottom of sharpening kit to guarantee the elementalist gets the kill. So we don't even have a good off turn ability with sharpening kit to just sit around like healing. I mean, it is feel bad. Did we just start these boys? Yes. All right. So we played one scenario with the elementalist while we had the scoundrel and mind thief still in the party, because we retired the Tinker one scenario before the Scoundrel and Mind Thief. Then those two retired together. So we had one scenario with the Elementalist, and then we had one scenario. Well, then we attempted one time this scenario with these three, but we failed. Pretty miserably, in fact. Failed last time. So we're trying again today. But pretty fresh. I mean, they're all still level 5. Only 1 or 2 scenarios into their campaigns. Yep, they're all still level 5 exactly. I mean, I'm just trying to think, but what's your build for music note? Okay, I can show you what I took. So I'm happy to go over this real quick. Where are the cards that we didn't take here? I also have a level 5 note, man, that I'm using with Lightning Bolt. All right, so at level 2, I take Soothing Lullaby over Change Tempo. I think you can really justify either of these. Both of them have pretty good initiative, although I think the 11 initiative is one of the better ones that the Soothsinger gets, so I think that's one of the reasons this is quite valuable. The heal on bottom is nice. The move 5 is also nice. In either case, is the top very relevant? I guess the top can be relevant on change tempo. Having a move 5 is nice for this class, but again, I just don't find it that necessary. When I play with, I mean, again, I use comfortable shoes on this class, which I think is absolutely essential. And when you have everything as a move 3, yeah, obviously a move 5 is nicer, but in most scenarios, I think it's not that big of a deal. And I think you have one move 5 by default, right? That you can bring if you want. Maybe it's just a move 4. Yeah, I guess you just have a move 4 that you can still sub in if you need to. Again, I think both these choices are reasonable. This choice I'm really not attached to. What do comfy shoes do? Whenever you use the default bottom of an ability card, perform move 3 action instead of a move 2 action. I think these are essential, absolutely essential on Music Note, because Music Note has a plethora of super valuable non-move support bottom actions. So I like being able to bring a bunch of those, but then use them all as move 3s rather than move 2s is an enormous difference in terms of how effective Music Note can be in a scenario. All right, and so then at level 3, so let's change tempo. We took Echoing Aria. No, that is Prosperity 3, I believe. 29. Maybe Prosperity 4. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. 43, 29. Yeah, it's the very first item of Prosperity 4, actually. My bad. Yeah, so at level 3, yeah, I would suggest giving it a try. After having used them on this class, I can never go back. I think I like Boots of Striding. I think it's never a bad choice to pick up Boots of Striding, but the truth is, I think these give the Soothsinger so much more movement over the course of a scenario than Boots of Striding do. Even though, I mean, again, Boots of Striding are fine. I'm not sure if I would sell Boots of Striding to buy these, but I mean, if you want to experiment, you could. Otherwise, I think if I already had Boots of Striding, I'd probably just stick with them. I don't think the change is that enormous. Although, I don't know, you'll see. Like I said, after using these, I can never go back. All right. Anyway, so here we have a level 3 choice, Crippling Chorus and Echoing Aria. Crippling Chorus is a really good card as well. No, so the first advantage of Echoing Aria is this actually does give us our lowest initiative that we have right now. Although I guess we have a 9 on Defensive Ditty, but Defensive Ditty, obviously we play for the song, so we don't really. But yeah, the bottom of Echoing Aria is insane. The top is kind of whatever. I guess, interesting enough, I hadn't actually considered this. Maybe the top is our solution to dealing with these Flame Demons. Maybe I need to start this. I'll have to think about that. I forgot actually. Sometimes I just forget the other halves of some of these songs. But yeah, Echoing Aria is great. Crippling Chorus is also a fine card. The top stun is super powerful loss. Class has 9 cards and some longevity issues already because of keeping songs persistent. So for this reason, I'm not a huge fan of playing losses on this class. I think it's pretty difficult. Just like I mean, it's the same amount of longevity as the Scoundrel, except again with the persistence, even less. And then the bottom is also good. Bad initiative on this card though. I think it's reasonably close, but I think Echoing Aria is better than Crippling Chorus. Whereas the other one, it's kind of, I think, personal preference. Level 4, I know the choice is 100% obvious, though. I think this is one of the ones where there is no contest whatsoever. So Inspiring Anthem, 50 with 1 ally may move 5, 1 ally may perform attack 5. Yeah, all right, that's cool. And I suppose there's synergy with too many or something like that. But yeah, Disorienting Dirge is just an insane card. It's a 1-card combo that just single-handedly wins scenarios. The bottom is obscenely powerful, and then once you stack their deck with a bunch of curses, you get to activate the top, which makes them, miss almost 2/3 of their attacks. Or, well, 60% of their attacks. Yeah, that's fair as well. But yeah, I mean, every part of this card is just really, really good. I think it's one of the most. I would say this is maybe the most powerful level 4 card in the game. Because we talked about this before with ECO. I wonder if you have any input on this because you know the game quite well. When we talked about Rock Slide, I think I would actually say Disorienting Dirge is maybe more powerful than Rock Slide. These two are pretty comparable. I'm not sure if there are any level 4 cards which are better than these two, but I would definitely say that these two have to be the two best, at least off the top of my head. Not sure if there can be anything better than those. And then at level 5, we took, where is it? Melody and Harmony. Again, this is more because I have the comfortable shoes. I don't need the move 6 so much. I think having a move 6 and 6 initiative can be quite nice for this class. But the truth is, this class gets such an amazing modifier deck that any card that gives this class the opportunity to make an attack is extremely welcome. I mean, an attack 3 for this class is, I would say, especially as we advance a little bit, on average, at least an attack 5. And getting to do, move 3, attack 5 is just insane. It's so insane. And the class, it's so difficult for the class to do top attacks that getting this bottom attack is just great. Yeah, I definitely like using summon items on the Soothsinger. I think it's quite reasonable, but again, getting attacks as well is also a big help. All right, let's have a sip of water and get into this. Yeah, I guess Echoing Aria is actually the best solution then. The top. Problem is we're gonna take, because we won't have the top of Defensive Ditty nor the bottom of Echoing Aria, we are gonna take a bunch of damage. We can't disarm them, but I guess we're just gonna heal and stuff. I mean, it's got to be better than what else we're doing. I mean, I think if we do Echoing Aria plus a wound, this should give them 2 attacks, I would say, right? Because we have Echoing Aria, so they'll take 2 damage per retaliated attack, and then the wound, 2 turns of ticking, kills it. So yeah, normally should be 2 attacks. I think that's fine. So we start with Echoing Aria. Well, we got to see where we are starting spots, right? How did we do this last time? I don't exactly remember. So we need to have the Elementalist somewhere. All right, so the Elementalist needs to set up Winter's Edge, which means we need to use the bottom of Ice Vortex like we did last time for the ice, because we can create wind here, and we need another random element, which again can be created with this, which I think is the most likely, because we don't really want to make an additional attack. Oh no, we create ice with Crystallizing Blast. That's the plan. And so then we create, the problem was they moved up last time, but presumably they won't this time. I don't know. Yeah, the problem with creating elements is they can also mess with them, right? Can't think of anything better than Disorienting Dirge, yeah. Like I said, I think it's difficult to compare Rock Slide and Disorienting Dirge. I think Disorienting Dirge is probably better, but Rock Slide is also an obscenely powerful effect, right? So I would definitely put these two at the top. And I really want to see, unless maybe you can't eclipse. Yeah. No, I get what you mean there. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying level 4 or less, because then you could also make arguments, for things like reviving Ether or Mind's Weakness. Although again, these are kind of class-defining things, so it's a bit different. Um, even Perverse Edge, although Perverse Edge honestly isn't even as good as Soaring Dirge. But I'm talking about actual cards at level 4, like a card that a class can pick up at level 4. I think that Dirge is probably the best, with Rockslide a close second, but in general the two are very, very close. I really want to see how you do Triforce. That's my next class for both solo and three-person campaign. Oh god, I'm not sure you want to see my Triforce. Thus far, it has not been great. As I was explaining, playing Triforce while playing three-handed solo is pretty rough, I'll be honest. And I did not do this class justice when playing on Tuesday, that's for sure. We're going to try to do better today. All right, so what we need to consider, I wrote it down somewhere. Hold on. Ugh. I've got too many pieces of paper lying around here. My office is a mess. Is it your build, or is class just difficult? Remember, battle goals, good call. No, I think my build is pretty much the correct one. I mean, I would say it's the standard one. Themris, who is a very good player, obviously, and a bit of an expert with his class personally, I think would agree with the build I've done. I don't think it's so much that well, at least the build in terms of the cards I've chosen on level up. I'm not sure the card. I'm confident in the cards I've chosen on level up being the correct ones, even if they're not necessarily the most fun. I could say I'm less confident in the cards that I choose to bring to the scenario. But yeah, the class is also just difficult. What I mean is the class requires you to constantly monitor what you're going to do one and at least all right. Until you get to level 7, the class requires you to constantly monitor what you're doing even 2 turns in advance. Similar to Eclipse, which I think is really cool. Like I've always liked that about Eclipse. So just when you're playing, you're having to manage the monsters, 2 other characters, and that it's a lot more difficult to track. And a lot of times I should have created elements and then I didn't, or there are a bunch of things that I needed to have done and I didn't, which is what led to, like I said, me playing it kind of suboptimally. All right, so what is the point here? So the point is that I would like to actually use Crystallizing Blast to create ice for myself, because then there's a possibility of flipping other elements that way, and I don't have to use a wand or anything like that. And it's pretty free to hit these. Again, I need to be back here, right? 1, 2, 3. Oh no, I needed to be here. 1, 2, 3, expand. Yeah. But I can also move, so that doesn't matter so much. So the Quartermaster. All right, well, the Quartermaster's turn is very obvious, and I will do my battle goals in just a second. I just want to finish thinking this through. So we're going to use Crushing Hammer. We're going to do this because we need to move up anyway. We want to get away from our allies in case they do their AoE attacks or anything like that, and we want to make sure that they focus us so that they get retaliated. Interesting. We actually don't necessarily, if they do get retaliated, we won't actually need Sharpening Kit with Winter's Blast or Winter's Edge. But that's fine. Then we can just use Sharpening Kit to heal ourselves next turn. So that still doesn't change too much. So we set up the song. So the question is, what do we do as a bottom action for the Soothsinger? I guess we can use Defensive Ditty's bottom. That might leave us with Echoing Aria set up as a song too long. Not having a song right when we go into the next room. I think that's okay. I think we'll figure out a way. I mean, it's essentially going to be something like what? These hit for 4? Let's reshuffle everything real quick. These hit for 4, so that's essentially heal 4 for free. I think that actually could matter significantly. So yeah, I guess using the bottom defensive ditty here is fine. Oh, actually, it's even better because then we can actually, it's actually going to be a heal for 5. No, it's 4. It's the retaliate. Yeah, we've got to get battle goals in a second. I just want to finish. You're right, though. Let's not be silly. I just wanted to finish thinking out this turn real quick, and then do them. But I know exactly how this ends, so yeah, let's be reasonable, shall we? Okay, Masochist. Your current hit point value must be equal to or less than 2 at the end of the scenario, or have 3 or fewer total cards in your hand and discard at the end of the scenario. It's a long scenario, so I think this is more likely than this, although both are relatively reasonably likely. Okay, so there we go. Okay. Well, first of all, very unlikely that the Soothsinger is the first to kill a monster. But more significantly, the Soothsinger has never seen this battle goal and not wanted to take it. Yeah. I think it's almost impossible to not gain 13 experience in a scenario as the Soothsinger. You would have to try really hard. All right. Take only a long rest or kill a monster by causing 4 more points of damage. Oof. Long rests are less incentivized since we have reinforced steel, although again, using reinforced steel too early last time was part of what led to us exhausting too early. So we could try to take a bunch of long rests. At the same time, we don't really want to, but this is also difficult to get. No, actually, I think with the number of blesses we're going to have, Dynamo's relatively reasonable, in fact. Yeah, that sounds like the Soothsinger. I mean, all right, well, it's not that big of a difference, but so there's only a 14 experience difference between the Soothsinger and the Elementalist right now, and the Elementalist has done 2 scenarios, one of which was successfully completed, and the Soothsinger has done 1 scenario. And the Elementalist, I mean, in successfully completing the scenario the Elementalist did, gave 16 experience, right? So yeah, if we subtract the 16 here, we're actually lower than the Soothsinger is, with the Elementals having 2 scenarios to generate experience compared to the Soothsinger's 1. The Elemental's experience gain is pretty average, I would say. Okay, so we need to come back to this. Crystallizing Blast is ideal, so we don't need to worry about where we are for something like Sharpening Kit next time, like I said, because both of them should get retaliated, unless they don't attack. Them not attacking does create problems for us. So he moves there, we use this, can move away or something. Yeah, I mean, we just have to hope they attack. If they don't, well, then we use this as a generic bottom, and we'll figure something else out afterwards. So now the other thing we need to think about is what's annoying is the Flame Demons are always going to consume ice. So if they do their random element consumption, there's just nothing we can do about that. So I guess what we really want is to try to go after the Flame Demons with the Elementalist. Hey, Carlard. Welcome back. Thank you for the 6-month sub. I really appreciate it. And what a party indeed. It should be. We'll see how we make it work. Thus far, the party is better than our play. I think that's the fairest way of putting it. What else is interesting? Give me 1 second, I'm blowing my nose. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. So the other thing is we could try to use ice spikes to get the wound on one of them. But in order to do that, someone would have to create fire before us, which would basically mean a mana potion from one of them. And then we would have to use this bottom to create ice. Yeah, I'm not sure that that's optimal. The nice thing about ice spikes is we could actually combine it with the Hawk Helm. Well, even with range 3 and forming like that, can we get... What if we're 1, 2, 3 and expand? Actually, even without the Hawk Helm, we can actually put wound on one of them then using ice spikes. Huh, that is interesting. What does the Quartermaster do then? Or the top? I mean, we've got this at some point. But no, we need to move up. I think it's fine. We've got defensive Diddy and everything as well. I think that's asking for too much. I'd rather try to create the elements with the top. I think less can go wrong this way, especially by going late. So what do we want to create with our bottom? Doesn't matter so much, right? In fact, there's not really any bottoms that matter much. We can't use the bottom of Winter's Edge. I mean, again, it's not that this class doesn't have useful bottoms. I mean, most of the time you do because you either create elements or, we've got Burial, which is a nice attack. It's just creating these elements doesn't matter here because we're creating an element with the top, which is pretty free. And then, but I guess, is that an argument for maybe trying to do the other thing? Wounding? But again, then what does the Quartermaster do with his turn? Not much, right? I mean, I guess if the Quartermaster... No, because the problem is we need the Quartermaster to be in the front to absorb the hits. Yeah, no. All right, so... Kind of just a throwaway bottom, it seems, then? No, I guess the bottom should create the other element. Worst case scenario. We don't want it to be fire because they could use that. I guess it can be Burial. I mean, this just creates an element that they're unlikely... I mean, that they're not... they're less likely to use. And I don't know that making another attack really does anything, but it doesn't hurt either, because we won't get retaliated at the range they're at. Yeah, if they move up, then we won't be able to create the other element. So in that case, it should not be that. Primal Duality, then? It kind of sucks because this is our earliest initiative, which is probably why we want to use that next turn. I guess I'm not sure if 15 and 17 is actually at all different against Flame Demons. It's probably not. So yeah, I guess we can go with Primal Duality. Worst case scenario, I mean, we have the possibility of bring it back using this generic move if we get an additional element from here, or we can get the additional element from our wand. You know, we have all these options. All right, I think our line is decent here, although, again, they're probably just going to do their move and not attack, and they're going to mess everything up for us. Again, it sucks because we're going late, so we're kind of at their whims. But again, if we go early and they consume any element, they take our ice, it's really bad for us because then we're forced into using a mana potion because we simply can't create the ice after they go. I mean, can't create ice again before needing to use Winter's Edge next turn, and we have to have ice. We don't have an ice wand. It'd be great if we had an ice wand, but we don't. All right, let's go. Of course. All right, let's just give everything one last good shuffle. So gotta believe. All right. Okay, that's more than fine. Oh no, that's annoying. That is annoying. Nah, we're not gonna have a retaliate up. You dicks. All right, that's yeah. I mean, we're at 8. We couldn't do better than this anyway. All right, so they're gonna go first. They're gonna create fire. Their attacks are at -1, so attacks for 3. So this one's gonna be on the Elementalist, and here Elementalist and Quartermaster are equidistant, so it's gonna be on the Quartermaster. The reason for this being that the Quartermaster has lower initiative than the Elementalist. So first on the Elementalist, I believe, yes, it's 1 and 3. Oh, what a start. Wow. What a start indeed. All right, a cool 6 damage to begin with. God, we're never going to beat this scenario. I mean, this is... Last time we played poorly, but already here we're getting pretty unlucky, if we're being honest. Great start to the new year, indeed. Okay, so this attack on the Quartermaster is 4. Get 1 charge here, and take 3 actual damage. All right, so then the Soothsayer goes. We're going to activate Echoing Aria, giving all allies gain Retaliate to range 2. And then we're going to use the bottom of Defensive Ditty, which gives us 1 experience. The next time any ally within range 2 suffers damage this round, they suffer no damage instead. Again, this is going to allow us to avoid the Retaliate on the Quartermaster when he wounds one of them with Blade of Boomerang. Okay, so we're done. So then next up is the Quartermaster, precisely. So we do need to move up, yeah. And we want to be range 2 for the Retaliates. Oh, we have to be range... we're positioned this poorly. Oh well, it's fine. We'll just go to here for now. Then we're gonna have to move early next turn. Ugh. Yeah, we have made some mistakes again. It should have been like this, I guess. Position somewhere else. We weren't paying complete attention to this. The range 2 consideration here. I mean, I guess... No. Yeah, it never would have been better than this. Yeah, the problem is our Retaliate is range 2, but the bottom effect of that is also range 2. And we do obviously want that for healing. I mean, I guess we could just... Yeah, that's an interesting point. We could just actually save this then. So we could not play the bottom of Defensive Ditty. I think that's actually maybe more reasonable. And just ham it back here. And then use it again next turn as a bottom for when they're going to attack the Quartermaster anyway, which should still theoretically block 4 damage. Except it does kind of block less because there's this. We don't know what they're going to flip here. Otherwise, we have to make sure that the Quartermaster goes before them next round and moves up. Which again... It's tough to guaranteed go before them with 12. I think they probably, actually, yeah, now that I think about it, I believe they only have 1 card left in their deck, which would have them go before an attack, to the best of my knowledge. They have the move where they create traps, which is at 8, but that doesn't matter. I think at best case, I'm not even sure they actually do have 1, but I think at worst they have 1 which goes before 12. So, yeah, I think it's fair to actually try to count on, I mean, being more efficient this turn and not having to hit the 1 out of 7. So, yeah, we're going to play that then. All right, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to use the bottom of Crushing Hammer here simply as a generic move 2. So we have to move to here. Using the bottom of Crushing Hammer, we're using it as a generic move 2 so that we can use a slice of ham or a charge of our endurance. I think the move is that one that consumes any element at 9. Yeah. The move which creates a trap is... Oh, you mean they have another that consumes any element? There's the move create a trap which consumes any element, which I think is at 8, but could be at 9. You think they have another... They have another card which is at 9, which also consumes any element? Ooh, that would be a disaster, if that's what you mean. I mean, I'm not going to verify it because it's my job to remember these things. Anyway, so we move there with that, like I said. You don't think? Okay. And then we're going to gain 1 experience with Bladed Boomerang. So we make an attack 2, range 3 wound. We're going to target Flame Demon number 3. There's nothing we're forgetting to have done. No, I don't believe so. All right, here we go. Yay! Our 2 crit for a 4 on something with 5 shield. We're getting there now. All right, well, so we put a wound on this one. We would take 4 retaliate, but again, the bottom of defensive ditty blocks the next source of damage, so we take no retaliate there at least. And we're done. And so then finally, we have the Elementalist. So with the top of Crystallizing Blast, we create ice. We have range 1, 2, 3, and we expand like this. And creating ice, again, no matter what. The attacks really don't matter, except for elemental generation potentially. We have to flip regardless. So we'll do 1 and then 3 in that order. Yep. Okay. So no damage. And no other elements. I don't know that they can use fire before 17, but I don't want to take the risk of my limited knowledge somehow biting me in the butt here. So I could use Primal Duality just as generic, but I'm not planning on using one of my 2 charges here anyway. So I think it's fine to just use Primal Duality to move. So we're going to create both these elements. And where are we going to move to? We need to be at range 4. I don't know that it really changes anything how we move. I guess for the AoEs, since he's going to be over there, it's maybe better to be over here. Well, yeah, I think we'll just move to there. So move there with Primal Duality. Again, in this case, we still have range 4 with Winter's Edge. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. All right, that works. And then we need to use our Wand of Storms. I should just change this. We need to use our Wand of Storms to create wind as well. Look at that beautiful elemental column. We are so close to Simulacrum. I mean, actually, we really do have Simulacrum because it's really just about having 4 elements, which is why that card's great. All right. So that's the end of the round. All right, well, like I said, we know what we're doing here. We're using Infernal Vortex because it gives us our best initiative, and we're using Winter's Edge because this is the card that we use to kill. Ah, but they haven't been retaliated yet. So we do need the extra damage now, but we also need him to move up, otherwise the retaliate doesn't work there. Oh no, we've got this. Yeah, we have the Robes of Evocation. No, that was it. We never needed it. Right? No, we do. We still needed something. Uh-oh. Otherwise it gets another. I mean, all right. So to explain this, ideally we want our attack to kill, right? Now, it's not because we're going to get retaliated. We're not. We're outside the retaliate range. But obviously it's better if the enemy just dies. And with our deck, we can't really count on a +1, although we can certainly hope for one. Using Robes of Evocation with one of these other random elements allows us to get +1 on our attack, which puts the attack to 6, Pierce 4, which is effectively 10 against something with effective 11 health, again, because of 6 health and 5 shield. We counted on them taking retaliate damage this turn, which didn't end up happening. I guess we would have had to use our Boots Striding, but that would have been fine. But we, again, well, they went before us anyway, so it didn't matter. Now, obviously, the retaliate should kill him, but that means 1 extra attack. Still, that being said, it still doesn't make sense to try to use Sharpening Kit, because even if they get 1 more attack off, it's the damage they get from an attack is basically always going to be more or less the same as what we heal with Sharpening Kit, so it's still better just use the top of Sharpening Kit to heal. So we're going to hold on to that for now, though. We do need to use Reinforced Steel to move, to make sure we go early. And we don't really have a top action we want to use then. And we can use just Sharpening Kit now, but it only heals for 3. There's a decent chance we can use it to heal 4. There's also the possibility that they drew their wounding action, in which case I'd really appreciate having the heal still. We can use Scroll of Lightning and hope to hit a +1 and to finish this off, because Scroll of Lightning would just need a +1 and this would die. After Winter's Edge? Oh, but it'd be before Winter's Edge anyway, and we have to move up first in order to make sure we get the Retaliate on them. I mean, at least the Retaliate on this one. So that doesn't really work. So we don't really have a top action we want to use. This doesn't work because, again, we need to... I mean, I guess it can work, right? Because No, but the Elementalist moves second, so we can't move to where we can get retaliated by both of them and use reserved energy to give the Elementalist back stuff. Yeah, I guess we should just use Sharpening Kit. The truth is probably end up using reserved energy next turn, and we're not going to need, I think, more than one turn of non-combat top actions. So even if we miss out on one heal here, I think this is fine. All right. So what are we doing? Well, we might as well get a song up here. I mean, oh no, we have Echoing Aria as a song. Never mind. So, do we want to keep Echoing Aria when we go into the next room, or we want Soothing Lullaby? We'll see. Regardless, I think we're certainly keeping Echoing Aria for now, so that's not our top action. Disarming can be useful. We haven't gotten something back with the generic yet. I mean, with the Charge of Endurance. We have Major and Minor and Soothsinger, which is definitely a good choice. So, we could use this. No, but there's just no reason for that, right? If, well, in case it would go before the Elementalist. I'm not sure how likely that is. Use Disorienting Dirge. This doesn't do too much. I guess it's probably just... I mean, not really sure. It's actually kind of difficult. Disorienting Dirge is just pretty mediocre here. The question is whether we'll get it back before next turn, because it just gives out 2 blesses. I mean, giving out 2 blesses with the bottom action is obviously fine, but that just shows how good this card is that we're not really happy with that. We can also use the top of Tuning the Outcome and just move. But in that case, it would be nice if we could actually move with Tuning the Outcome, because that would give a curse. But then we don't have a top which really does anything. I mean, I guess we can just play these 2 cards. We're not going to ever use the attack, but worst case scenario, we can do like 1 bless, 1 curse, or we can just, use this as a move and give 2 blesses, something like that. This gives us reasonable options. Otherwise, we could use Singing Arrow as a top and this bottom, but Singing Arrow is only giving 1 curse. In that case, we would keep Nimble Knife, but I think I'd rather keep Singing Arrow than Nimble Knife. It's more likely that I can give multiple curses in the next room with this when they clump up around the door. So yeah, let's just go with these 2 cards. I think this is fine. All right. So they are going to try to consume fire, but we're going to get to that fire first. All right. So, first things first is the Quartermaster. So the Quartermaster is going to gain 1 experience and heal himself for 3 with the top of Sharpening Kit. And we're going to use a generic move 2 on the bottom of Reinforced Steel. This is a bit annoying, right? Hey, Themrus, and yes, Triforce, woohoo. Oh yeah, so actually, someone asked a question about my build. I wanted to talk it over with the Triforce expert. So the cards that I think that I did do the correct build, but again, I'm kind of, even though I have played Triforce twice before to retirement, it's one of the classes I'm the least confident with. So I have Burial at 3, Crystallizing Blast at 2, Winter's Edge at 5, which I know you agree with that one, and what is my? Oh yeah, Primal Duality at 4. So I think those would all be the ones you would agree with, I imagine. But I am curious. Also, I was tempted by trying to go for an Obsidian Shards build. Because it could be more fun. And I've actually, every time I played this class before, I've always used Winter's Edge, just because, again, I mean, I agree with you. I think it's the better card, just because it's always a guaranteed attack 5, which is really good. And with the being able to use Hawkhelm, you can easily get this as range 3 when you need it to be, which makes it just really, really good. But that being said, I'm definitely super happy that I have Winter's Edge here, because otherwise my party has literally, I mean, these Elite Flame Demons are the biggest pain in the butt. All right, I can say ass. Let's be honest. I think they say ass on stuff like Friends on TV, so it's probably fine for me to say that. Okay, so we're done there. Oh no, we had to move. So yeah, so this move is actually interesting. So this goes close to the door. Yeah, you're far away from getting that. People have asked about it, but like I said, it's going to take me maybe after the retirement of this elementalist, I'll be confident enough. If anyone should create that guide, it should be Themrus. Themrus definitely has more experience than I do. Although Themrus also enhanced Vengeance with an extra hex, so I don't know if he's really the best candidate, because I mean, if people criticized my Cold Fire build, I mean my guide for the Spellweaver as being unfun by focusing too much on playing optimally. How would one feel about someone simply exploiting vengeance and doing things like adding extra hexes to that, huh? I ask you this. All right, so we have a really interesting question here. If we move here, this gets us closer to the door, which is nice, but we actually kind of have to move here. The reason for this is that they attack in a line, and again, if we don't get a +1 with the elementals, we do actually need this to attack in order for it to kill it actually. Um, I mean, I guess no, we're not creating fire this turn. If we'd done the fire move, then we would have the possibility of using ice spikes to kill it next turn if we really had to, but I think this is probably correct. I just want to play souped up cold fire 14 times the scenario. Well, Themris, I actually like. I don't think what the most OP class does devalues what the Elementalist does at level 7. I think what the Elementalist does at level 7 is a comparative level of broken. It's just that class can do it, all the time. I mean, in a different sort of way, but I mean that doesn't make it less correct. I actually think it is correct to really go all in on vengeance. I just think that's a shame. Oh God, that's intentionally handicapping yourself. But I am interested to see how that goes. Would you still take the level 9 card though? Wouldn't the more interesting way of playing the Elementalist be instead of not taking Vengeance to not take Primal Duality? Wouldn't that be the better way to make the Elementalist actually do what it's supposed to do and actually care about the elements it generates, especially with attacks? Ooh, I'm looking forward to when we get to do a discussion on rebalancing this class. I mean, again, the simplest suggestion for helping to rebalance this class is just using which was our suggestion from before, the dual element icons for modifiers. This would help this class enormously to play the way it's supposed to. Well, what I mean why it makes a difference to some extent, right, is so you can still use Vengeance, you just can't use it every rest cycle so easily, because you can use the bottom of Chain Lightning or Burial to create one of the elements, and then, an element, the Minor Mana Potion to create the other when you really need it. And also, again, by not taking Primal Duality, you kind of handicap yourself on both a 7 and 9, whereas if you just don't take Vengeance, but you still take the 9, you still have this, like, 1-2 card combo. All right, so anyway, we're up on the Elementalist here. So we're going to use Winter's Edge. 7 and 8, you can get Vengeance easily through each cycle. Yeah. All right, so we gain 1 experience. We're going to consume Ice and Air. We're also going to use our Robes of Evocation. Oh God, I forgot that I've got it set to 90 degrees now. Gotta remember that. All right, to use our Robes of Evocation, we're going to consume the fire because we don't want them to use this. So that gives us +1 attack on this. So we have an attack 6, range 4, pierce 4, going the way of Flame Demon number 1. Unfortunately, we have no way of adding 1 more attack to this, so we just have to pray to the RNG gods for a +1. Yes! Oh, that's so big. Oh, that saves us how much damage? Well, 3 damage. It's still not insignificant. All right. Nice. Balancing out some bad luck with some good luck. Thank you, New Year. So we get a kill there. What was our goal here again? It's 3 or cards, and down here it's not, I know it's different types of enemy. All right, so then we just have the bottom of Infernal Vortex, which is going to be move 2, creating ice. No reason to generic it. The ice can be useful, so we'll move like that. Should we use our boots now? Yeah, we actually can use our boots now, because the Quartermaster is probably going to let us refresh items next turn. This lets us get all the way to the coin. So, got to remember that's 90 degrees now. Why don't we do it like this? This way we stop making this mistake, but it still saves us 1 keep button press. All right, so we'll go all the way there using our boots of striding and creating ice. Okay, so then it is the but we wanted. Oh no, they. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, but it's a move 4. Yeah, that works. Yeah, and the Quartermaster still gets focus, so everything's fine. No solo scenario items. I haven't done any solo scenarios yet. I need to at some point. I really do. Actually, should try to dedicate like 1 day a week to actually doing those. I do want to do them. I just always forget about them, to be honest. But that's a good call. Maybe starting this next week, I'll figure out a way to work them into the week. Because that's definitely a good idea. All right, well, for now, so that was fine, like we said. So we're going to use the bottom of Nimble Knife to do a move 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're going to use the top of Tooting the Outcome, Bless, affect all adjacent allies. So give 1 to the Quartermaster. Oops. And 1 to the Elementalist. And then the Flame Demon goes, takes 1 damage from its wound, down to 5. It's going to take 2 damage from Retaliate, down to 3. And so it attacks at +0 on the Quartermaster. There's no fire for +1 attack and wound. Okay, so -1 gives it 3, and 1 is blocked here, so we take 2 damage. Ah, cool. Is it... So, as we've talked about before, there are 2 types of solo scenarios. There are solo scenarios that are designed to make a class which has some difficulty feel good, and so like with circles, for example, or there are solo scenarios that are designed to test your mastery of a class. Is Triforce's, I mean, we can call it the Elementalist anyway, since we have it open. Is it the former or the latter? But Gloomhaven with less RNG sounds like something I could definitely get behind. You're right that I would love that. All right, so we do have to let this attack 1 more time, and then it dies. So we might as well do move shield. Bit of both. Okay. Move shield and refresh the elementalist items. We just go here. Let's try for soul item. Yeah, I don't really consider soul items to be spoilers, so I don't think it's a problem for us to look that up. Or let's take a look at what that is real quick. Let's see. So, Triforce is 19. I'm just gonna look at what the item number is. It's item 149. Okay. Giving more detail. I don't. I mean, all right. There are 3 people watching right now, and it's Themra's prototype and ECO. I don't think any of you care about these spoilers. I guess people in the VOD do. So, all right, all right. I won't look at it right now. You can look it up. Look at the scenario special. Yeah, I guess I can read the scenario special real quick. Okay. I mean, reading the rules for a scenario certainly as well. All right. At the start of each round, move 1 specific element to the strong column. Starting with air in the first round, move elements in the order of, okay, repeating the cycle. In addition, you may choose your ability cards for the round after revealing the enemy ability cards instead of before. Oh, that's interesting. Daddy likey. That is fun. Both of those things seem fun. It does seem like a cool scenario. Yeah, I'll have to. I do have boots of striding already on the Elementalist, but I mean, I can always sell them and get those other boots. Yeah, I'll have to work into doing those solo scenarios. I've heard that the Soothsinger is miserable, though. I guess that's one of the reasons I've been hesitant on doing solo scenarios, is because I know that many of them are fun, and some of them are really, really miserable. Like, are really unfun, people say, or just require a lot of retries and kind of random luck in order to actually beat them, which is the exact opposite of what I want in Gloomhaven. So I guess I'm just hesitant to to butt heads with one of those because I like things that are challenging, but I've heard some, like I said, like I would say, not pleasant descriptions of some. So I wonder. I may have to do a little more research. Okay, well, let's see what we're doing this turn. So my heal is okay. Her item is pretty good. Is it? All right. All right. Well, hold on one second. I gotta see these items now because now I'm just too curious. I'm just gonna change the screen so that I don't spoil things for people. I won't obviously discuss them, but I'm just curious to see what the items are. So it was 149 for the other person, and 140. So 146, 149. Okay. All right. I'm back. Yeah. So I've taken a look at both of them. So yeah, the Soothsinger seems very good. That especially fills I mean, something which I just never really pick up on the singer, so that makes sense. Um, yeah, I'm less convinced on the elementalists because it's I mean, yeah, the idea is if you play those move things, then you can convert like one element into another element that you want. But I don't know, it still requires a lot of finagling. I'm not sure it's actually better than having Boots of Striding. I mean, I guess since you get them for free, maybe it is. What I mean is, I don't think I would ever buy those on an elementalist. I guess there's that higher level card that gives more movements, and then maybe at that point it changes. But I don't know. Boots of Striding just seems so good on this class since you have so many move twos. Being able to turn your move twos into move fours is so important. And to answer, so the hard ones are fun too. Besides, you like it hard. What I mean is, I do like scenarios which are challenging. Elemental boots are just better. Boots of Striding. Well, except they already require an element in order to get that movement. Again, short of maybe some higher level card. It's the what, level 8 card, I think, that gives a ton of movement. Yeah, but actually even that requires. So you still always have to have elements to use them. Boots of Striding you can just use from blank. Wait, oh, did they? I didn't, hold on. They don't, I'm a little bit confused here. My point is, in order to use those, you have to bring the cards which use an element on bottom, basically. With 3 level 1 cards. Yeah, you've got the 2 move 3s. And what is the other one? I've already played it, I guess. Oh, yeah, this one as well. So this one's even more. Well, this card's also, I mean, I won't say garbage, but pretty bad, right? So realistically, there are two. There's the pure augmentation and raw enhancement, which they really combine with as far as level 1 cards go. And then there's some higher level cards that also can get to 5 to get to that threshold of movement. Um, yeah, but my point is, I mean, like I said, so for these, you still have to have one of your two elements. I mean, theoretically, if you bring both of these, I guess that works, but it only works once. I mean, because you still have to refresh. So basically, yeah, yeah, you can do that. That would obviously make it a lot better. What I mean is you still have to bring both of these cards. Well, you either have to bring both of them in order to be able to always get the guaranteed thing. If you only bring one of them, you still have to create one of these first. So you're still in the same situation of like you always have to have something chained going. Which the biggest problem with this, to my mind, is after you use Primal Duality into Vengeance, you don't have anything carried over. So it seems like it creates some. I mean, yeah, obviously there are other items you can use to bridge this gap though a little bit, which isn't too difficult. And refreshable items on this class are pretty easy to use since you like here. Yeah, I guess we have 1/1, which would go with this one. Oh, anyway. Um, but all right. So what I was saying about the solo scenarios is it's not scenarios being difficult that's annoying for me, but well, it's possible. I mean, again, I haven't tested them, so I don't know. I'm only taking this on secondhand, but I've read a number of people talk about at least a couple classes solo scenarios being really miserable in the sense that you basically have to keep retrying them and hope to get lucky on certain, I don't know, flips or something like that in order to actually beat them. Now, again, I don't know if that's just, I mean, people playing them incorrectly or something like that. I guess I'd be happy to find out because I have no firsthand experience, so I can't know for sure if that's the case or not. But yeah, I'm just afraid of. I mean, that it's just those testimonials have scared me off a little bit. That's true. In the Vengeance turn, you can use a generating bottom. Yeah. So what I mean is that's not the kind of fun that I enjoy, right? I enjoy. I mean, sorry, the hard kind of hard that I enjoy. I enjoy hard. That's. I mean, like a good example is Mega Man. Like I've loved the Mega Man games. I've played most of the Mega Man games my entire life. Um, since I was young, and I've always been a big fan, right? And Mega Man is punishingly difficult, especially the older ones. But it's not punishingly difficult based on RNG. It's punishingly difficult based on things that you can like learn to predict, right? So Every time you die in Mega Man, you die and you know it's your fault. Even though it's really, really difficult, that's fine. That's satisfying. Dying and not having any control over it, this doesn't feel good. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'll give it a try. I mean, I certainly will give them a try. Because I also never got to use the solo items, and I mean, it's just part of the game that I haven't experienced yet, so why not? Okay, so let's focus back on this turn. So again, we need him to hit once. He has to hit the Quartermaster. Quartermaster kind of wants to move next to the Elementalist and do these things. As for our other characters, what do they want to do? So we can certainly use the bottom of Disorienting Dirge. This will give 2 blesses and 1 curse. Honestly, it's probably fine for us to use this now, even though it's not optimal, because quite simply, we're gonna have to rest pretty soon anyway. So I think using Dirge here is fine. We're also in a spot where hopefully we don't get hit. I guess it depends what they flip, but I don't think there's much they can flip that we'd really be concerned with. You know what this class needs? Honestly, which would be a cool item. I wish that there was an item that would allow you to forego a top action and play 2 bottom actions, like a spent item, we'll say. That would be cool, right? I mean, that the soul item does something similar by letting you cycle songs and then get actions on top. So the soul item obviously does seem quite good, but this class could really use the ability to forego a top for a bottom. Obviously, you should never allow it the other direction, right? Because top actions are better than bottom actions. I mean, more impactful typically, but for this class specifically, being able to forego top would be great. There's RNG in Gloomhaven. Having 1 character instead of 3 or 4 makes any bad miss or enemy crit much worse. Gotcha. Yeah, because we just don't actually have a top that we care about here. We have to keep the Retaliate. We don't want to disarm it because we need it to attack. I mean, I guess we're just giving it a curse. It's better than doing nothing with a top, I suppose. All right. As for the Elementalist, we have Ice, but we don't want to stun because we need it to attack. I can actually just use the Ice as experience to move. We want to move after he goes, but that's not a problem. We just have to go after 17, which is pretty much a guarantee here no matter what. Kind of using our biggest move here, but we're not going to need to move a lot after this. So that's fine as well. And we'll have our boots back thanks to the Quartermaster. So that's our bottom. What are we doing at the top? Probably not doing anything with the top, just a throwaway. So which card do we care about the least going forward? Well, we won't have Ice anymore, so I guess Stoking Hail isn't going to be very good. Yeah, I think this makes... Oh, no, if we use Stoking Hail, though, then we can't set up Ice Spikes. Setting up Ice Spikes is quite valuable. So actually, we probably want this for the next turn, and then that for the following turn. The turn we do this would be nice if we could set up Formless Power, but I think more realistically, we should just try not to do Formless Power the first rest cycle here, just because the scenario is so long. At least if I don't know if it's that way. Thus far, I felt again with with a nerf stamina potions, the 3 spears actually feels strangely fair. Is the best way of putting it. I mean, I've only played one scenario thus far, but I have never noted. I mean, on all the other classes I've played since changing the stamina potions, I haven't noticed such an enormous difference as I have thus far with Quartermaster. I mean, obviously it's different because I chose not to take those perks, but I chose not to take those perks because, stamina potions. So if it's this into this, the turn we move with this, what do we do as a top action? This turn we're not creating any elements. So top action which will require elements wouldn't be good. We could use Burial, but we don't want to use a loss. Guess we can create Earth. In that case, maybe we'll use the top of Formless Power. I suppose that's reasonable. So if we use the top of Formless Power at the bottom of this, and then we use, I guess in that case, this bottom. So it is Shaping the Ether that we get rid of here. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played Unlimited Turns 3 Spears much. I just tested it to see how it was. It was pretty gimmicky. I mean, it's super powerful, but it's gimmicky. It's not so much about that, but it's just, I mean, 9 cards is a very real hand size limit when you can't just randomly get 3 cards back all the time, you know? It's more like that. Like, for example, in the last scenario, I played Reinforced Steel quite early, which is something I would typically do with the Quartermaster, but that's because every time you flip one of those plus zeros, you get 3 cards back from getting a major stamina potion back. This allows you to use the losses more effectively. If you can't use the losses to get back, I mean, if you don't get to use the super, super powerful Quartermaster losses because you don't get 3 cards back from, 1 out of 3 attack flips or something like that, it really completely changes how the class works. And getting back an endurance potion isn't remotely the same because you have good top and bottom actions. It's pretty difficult. I mean, even though we do manage to use them, and I probably might even pick up a major at some point, it's not remotely the same. It's not the burst of longevity that you get back every time. And again, we don't have the giant AoE attack yet either to make use of all the plus attack stuff. Okay, let's go. I'm using my ice, but I'm using it first. Looks like I need to head out. Okay, take care, Isio. Thank you. All right, so Susinger goes first. We've actually had this up for 2 turns, right? Yes, so we should have had 2 experience from that already. We've actually missed all our experience. We should have had 1 experience from the bottom of defensive Diddy. Yeah, because this is turn number 3, right? We put it up. So we've had two experience from that now, 1 experience from that now. We're going to get 1 experience from the bottom of Disorienting Dirge, which again is going to give 1 bless to both of our allies. And 1 curse to the enemies. Just 1! And Disorienting Dirge is weak. All right. And then we're going to use the top of Singing Arrow just to give another curse to the Flame Demon. And we're done. So then the Quartermaster goes. We actually have to move next to the stupid Flame Demon. Of course they do their weakest stuff when... That's interesting. We actually don't have to, right? That is interesting. Does that mean we should switch songs? No, it's still worth doing this for now, I think. We actually can just set up Soothing Lullaby, because he actually needs healing as well. Wait a second. If we've established that Savas don't have gender, am I supposed to call it an it every time instead of saying he or she? Is the Elementalist an it? Is the Cryguard an it? So is it true that Savas don't have gender? Is that agreed upon? I find lore interesting, but I don't spend that much time reading into lore. Although I don't mind being lore accurate. All right, so they don't have so I am supposed to refer to the Elementalist as an it. Themris, your favorite class is an it? Woof. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that. Okay. Yeah. So actually, this is interesting. I actually don't, because of this though, I don't actually have to take out an attack. So I could change songs, but there's no need to do that. I'll miss out on 1 experience, but I think that's gender non-binary or genderless. You could argue that non-binary can be used for, I mean, non-binary is more applicable to other situations than just this, whereas genderless would be more appropriate here, I think. I mean, non-binary technically works, but yeah. Are we sure that Savas aren't just like dwarves, where we think that they're genderless, but in fact there are actually 2 genders? And yes, I do agree with rat swarm better than it. Yeah. So basically, by not using the ice here, this will actually take 1 damage plus 1 damage from its wound. It's at 3 life, so we can actually just let it die on its own without having to take another retaliate hit. But again, I don't want to change songs here because I'd rather use this bottom rather than having to use the top. Even though the top is decent, we don't have that many curses yet, so it's not that good. So we will in fact just not use the ice here. So accordingly, we don't actually have to end next to it. So we need to move. We have just to move 2 with Crushing Hammer, and we don't want to use Stam. All right, or Endurance. So we're just going to move to here, and we're going to, with the bottom of Crushing Hammer, and then we're going to use the top of Reserved Energy, gain 1 experience, 1 adjacent ally may refresh all of their spent items. So, oops, these all come back. And then we're done. So then the Elementalist goes, and we're just going to use the bottom of Raw Enhancement as a move 3. 1, 2, 3. And Well, wait, we're here, right? Yes. Actually, I need to move all the way over there. It doesn't change anything because we're gonna open the door and run back this way always. So we could generic this back to have more movement next turn. We're not gonna have an element going forward unless we use this now. Then we would have 5 movement without needing to use our boots of striding. That's interesting. We don't really need earth after this either. It does make our formless power plan kind of medium, but that's also but it'd be nice to set up fire. No, so it's better to save our boots of striding and just use this next turn. But I mean, similarly, we can just move to here because with boots of striding plus here, we can still get all the way back into the corner, which is all we need. And again, creating fire is just more valuable because the enemies are going to presumably come towards the door clumped, which gives us a nice ice spikes. So yeah, I mean, I guess why aren't you one hit KOing these flame demons? Yeah, right. That's what I said though. I mean, the impact of not having stamina potions is pretty significant. Our party has literally a single source of ability to kill flame demons, and because we can't stamina potion it back, we can only do it once. Are those your only wands unlocked? Yes, they are. These are definitely not the two wands I would. Oh yeah, so I did one hit KO one of the flame demons. I just can't do it to the other one because I've already used it. So I've had to kind of take a much more derpy approach to killing this flame demon. Yes, it's definitely a strange mix. Never would I choose these two by choice. In fact, but it is my own fault. I hadn't properly rearranged all the items. So, oh no, it was actually, yeah, because I hadn't put the items back that the other people had. So I actually forgot about the volatile bomb. I actually wanted to ask you about this, Themris. Now, I would say, I think probably if you can have the two most relevant ones, it's better than volatile bomb. But given my two crappy ones, I wonder if it's not better, if I shouldn't have taken volatile bomb over the earth wand. Did you eliminate wind from your build? I didn't eliminate wind from my build, because I do have Winter's Edge. Normally, I would be eliminating Wind from my build, but I actually needed to bring Wind here because of Winter's Edge specifically, and because of Flame Demons. Hey everyone, I want to leave a quick question here. Since your campaign is kind of advanced and so a bit spoily to me, follow YouTube channel by the way. So the quick question: how do single attack items like Stun Powder work with items which transform single attacks into multi-target attacks? That's a very good question, Pada Pandavan. To the best of my knowledge, I believe the stun powder only works on a single one of the volatile bomb targets, for example. But I'm not 100% sure on that, but I believe that's correct. Again, I'm not confident. Maybe someone else can answer it with certainty. But yeah, so Themris, how do you feel about volatile bomb on the elementalist? Because with Winter's Edge, it seems like it would be correct to have that. I guess Winter's Edge and Simulacrum to a lesser extent. But it is just one time, so I don't know. Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's not just for flame demons though. Like I said, I mean, theoretically, it's 5 to 10 extra attack per scenario. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point. Also, having two wands is nice because I have so many refreshable items. It makes my Moon Earring and the Quartermaster better. Anyway, I bought these without realizing I could have bomb. I definitely like the Wind Wand again specifically because of Winter's Edge, which I think especially though even against non-shield enemies it's worth it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like even I mean just because it's an attack 5 and because I have Hawk Helm, I don't even really need to do much work to be able to, for example, just use a volatile bomb, attack 5 range 3 and be able to hit one, I mean almost always one, maybe sometimes two extra targets. I'm not sure if that's better than being able to kind of just generate a random element. Fair enough. Like I said, I wouldn't give up the Wand of Storms now. I realize how big of an issue my party has with high shield enemies. Winter's Edge is literally our only solution in this entire party right now. So I definitely need this, even though I agree that wind is the weakest element for the elementalist. Just simply for that one application, I like having this wand, and otherwise it can function as a random element for things like Simulacrum, Formless Power. So this would be the wand I would have potentially cut, because even though Earth is also kind of okay, obviously neither of these are as good as Fire or Ice. It's in the FAQ somewhere, but some things are difficult to find for sure. All right, anyway. Hey, Gripe, you here? Yes, I am here, Burgundy Mirror. Can you hear me? Do you have sound on? Yeah, I guess it depends on your build. That's fair. I mean, I guess light and dark are also weak or strong, depending on at what level you are, etc. Well, Earth is weakest in my build, kind of, right? Shape the Ether with, I mean, Earth is really good just specifically for this one top action. So, I mean, both Earth and Wind just have essentially one action, which makes them good, right? Wind is just specifically good on Winter's Edge, and Earth is just specifically good in Shaping the Ether. That's true. Light and dark. I mean, that's kind of different though. Those aren't elements that matter right now. And again, we don't have access to those ones, so it doesn't matter so much. And this is a little bit. I mean, light isn't actually weakest. The light wand is actually better than dark wand, right? Because the bottom of burial creates dark, so light wand allows you to have both elements and be able to use vengeance or the level 9 card. So I would say dark wand would actually be the worst. Really? I think shaping the ether is a nice top. Difficult to use, as I found out, but I mean, 2 target stun or 2 target attack 3, or I mean, like basically using any combination of Earth plus one of these two things, or even theoretically just these two things. Like any combination of two elements of these three gives it a really decent top. Yeah, there are tons of options without a doubt, and I have kind of lacked movement. I mean, well, yeah, it's tough. So I think Turbulent Cyclone is a good card just because of the bottom of Formless Power, but it gets worse as we level, so I care less about this. And then yeah, some of these cards are, I mean, like these cards are. Although I wouldn't mind having a non-combat action, so Brilliant Flash is so-so. Oh, there's my auto kicking in. Hey, Burgundy Mirror, sorry. Yes, I am here. All right. Well, let's get back into this. So, well, we just moved next to the door. This seems fine. There's no reason we would need to be next to anyone at the beginning of this coming turn. No. Okay. And so the Flame Demon goes, consumes ice, which does 1 damage to it, and its wound does 1 damage to it as well, so it goes down to 1. Okay. Oh, the top heal. Yeah, no, I agree. That's how I feel. I think this card's fine at level 1, but no, but what I mean is I found that for turns where I can't attack, the Elementals has literally, I mean, I have no, it's always nice to have one non-combat top action, right? So at the same time, I mean, the problem is there are so many cards this class needs. It's like Eclipse in that regard that it's because it's built. I mean, it has so many built-in combos. It's like there are pieces upon pieces, right? Like Stoking Hail top is good, but it requires Ice generation. Ice Spikes top is good, but requires Fire generation. So like both these cards chain into other cards. So I understand how it's like so difficult to fit something you want in, and something like that heal 3 on top is just a luxury. But at the same time, it feels bad to on turns when I can't attack to not have a top action at all. Gripe, just wanted to say thanks for all your work on r/r Gloomhaven. Do you actually get money if I Twitch Prime sub you? Yes, I do get money if you Twitch Prime sub me. I get half of the money, so 250. So I do appreciate it. And as I've explained before, I do use. I mean, every month I have to pay $5 to keep the bot running on the subreddit, and I use money from the Twitch subscriptions to help support that. Now, the rest of whatever, because I get a bit more than that per month from Twitch subscriptions, goes towards a nice dinner every couple months for Jessica and I. So either way, I do really appreciate it, and I appreciate your kind words. Thank you. But yes, Twitch Prime subscription works exactly the same. As any subscription. And in general, I recommend to anyone who has Twitch Prime, I mean, who has Amazon Prime, to link your Twitch account. And even if you don't sub to me, like, it's not about that. It's literally just free money you can give to someone you want to support on Twitch. Goes to booze and gambling, if only. All right. Um. So, what are we doing here? Elementals is opening this door. Probably not doing a top action again. We're gonna set up. It's kind of awkward, right? Is a turn of. I mean, I guess it's 2 turns, right? So we should use one. We've got 5 charges of endurance here for the Soothsinger, so we should certainly use 1 charge of endurance on something here. So the question is, what are the 2 best cards to keep for after the door is open? Probably these 2, right? So we can hand one of these back. I mean, I keep calling it that. We can endurance one of these back. So the only question now is which half of Soothing Lullaby we want to use. As a heal 3 on the Elementals is probably better than the Soothing or the Quartermaster. If we can manage to keep Soothing Lullaby's top up for 2 turns, though, we'll get heal 4 from that, which is kind of better. I mean, Soothing Lullaby is a bad song, but we need to switch back into Defensive Ditty at some point. We definitely don't want to keep Echoing Aria up. This was just for dealing with the Flame Demons. Why do you buy both? Oh, on the Soothsinger, I've been really happy with both. The Soothsinger is the first class I've played thus far where I've easily been able to use all of my charges of it. I bought both on the Tinker and had difficulty actually going through all of it, but because I have the comfortable shoes on the Soothsinger, I found it really easy actually. And the Soothsinger has initiative issues. I mean, not initiative, longevity issues. So I think these two on the Soothsinger fits very well. I'm definitely happy with this setup. I don't think it's too good either. Although again, I mean, it's still worse than stamina potions for the Soothsinger because you can't just repeat soothing vote or throw voice or the level 6 stun card. Or you can't play both of these and then stamina potion both of them back, which is again how you solve the not having enough good top actions thing on the Soothsinger normally, just by repeating these top actions a lot. So it's still definitely worse, but it's worked quite well. I think I'm gonna try to get the top of Soothing Lullaby. I think I'd rather get heal 2 here and heal 2 here by waiting one more turn on Defensive Ditty, which I think we can probably do because it's not even sure that in one more turn Defensive Ditty's top does much. I'm super happy with them as well, and they look great. Nice job, Themris. Awesome. I'll start sending you mine when it refreshes. Really appreciate all the content you provided. Dipping out to avoid spoilers. All right, no problem. Take care, Burgundy Mirror. Thank you. I appreciate it as well. And good luck in terms of balance. Yeah, I think the balance is great. So whichever one of these we play, it's just going to be brought back with an endurance pot, so that's fine. Here again, we're creating an element and not doing anything with formless power. And then over here, we are doing what? Maybe going late after all the enemies have moving up and throwing some lightning at them. How much movement do we need then? I guess it's better to use a bigger movement, although we really shouldn't need that much. Actually, we just need to move to where the Elementalist is. The Elementalist is opening pretty early. Yeah, we're starting our song before the Elementalist, which is good because then the Elementalist heals. It's at the people's turns, right? At the beginning of their turns, yes. No, don't worry, Mir. Not a distraction from the game at all. I always appreciate distractions. Anyway, we're a very distracted stream. Yeah, this makes sense. And then the following turn, maybe we get to shield and skewer, because we just don't need the movement probably so much afterwards. So it just makes more sense to use the big move now and to have the shield on bottom for afterwards. All right, this works. Let's go. So the Soothsinger goes first. We gain 1 experience for having a song up. We're going to activate a new song, which is going to get rid of our old song. And then we're going to use the bottom, probably just to move to here, just to take ourselves more out of line of sight of the enemies. The elementals will probably end up moving back to here. We'll be here, and yeah, the quartermaster, I don't know, we'll go up to there. That works. So we'll just move there. And so since we're moving with the bottom of this, we're going to use a charge of our major. Again, we use the one with 3 charges rather than 2 charges first, just to give ourselves some more balance, although it doesn't really matter much. Okay, so then the Elementalist goes at 28. The Elementalist at the start of its turn, gets to heal for 1 because of the top of Soothing Lullaby. So then we use the bottom of Stoking Hail. Elementalist opening doors. All right, to make a move 2 that creates fire. So 1, 2, yeah, we can still make it back with our boots easily. So that's 1, so let's set up this room. Most of this didn't get messed up, but like a single one of them didn't properly get carried over. No, no, now it's all twisted. What the deuce? Oh yeah, this is the problem with the 45s. I can't properly fix these things. All right. The reason why these are all set up kind of already is because, again, we failed the scenario on Tuesday, so we just left some of the stuff as it was. By the way, Themris, speaking of builds for the Elementalist, what I really think is a shame is that Burial, just because the bottom is so much better than Chain Lightning, is just kind of the necessary choice. But man, Chain Lightning's top is so cool. I think this is just one of my favorite actions in the game, actually. And so it pains me a little bit to not get to take it, actually. It's just so thematic and powerful. Like, I mean, I think it works on most levels. All right, so we've got 5 rocks. Yes, we're just missing the 1 rock that got offset. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. All right, so let us place them. We have 2 regular flame demons in the center of the room. these have 4 health, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Yeah, yeah. Is Burial's top even more powerful? I'm not even sure, right? Chain Lightning's is so much easier to get maximum effectiveness. I mean, again, my realistic appraisal of any top like this is to assume that it hits 2 targets. So even if you get both out, like, I mean, I guess it depends how you consider it. So here, the base is attack 4 on 2 targets, so you have attack 8. What is Chain Lightning's top? So it's attack 4, 3, 2. So attack 9 by default. So Chain Lightning is a 9, because again, I think Chain Lightning, you always get 3 targets. So, well, again, first of all, with no elements, Chain Lightning is a 9, Burial's an 8. So pretty comparable, slight edge to Chain Lightning, okay? Then let's go with both elements. Agreed. Um, so Burial is a 12, Curse Immobilize. Immobilize, difficult to gauge how useful this is. Curse is good. I mean, well, it's just always better to look at both things, I think. I mean, when comparing card, but all right, fair enough. No elements is silly. So yeah, Burial is 12 and Curse at the very least, and 2 curses. Whereas Chain Lightning is, like you said, 9, 12, 14. No curse, but then pierces. Yeah, I guess that's fair. You wouldn't play either without elements. So yeah, I mean, so this is 2 attack higher, because again, I think it's safe to always assume all targets for this one. I mean, if Burial gets 3 targets, it's certainly better, but it's much easier to get all targets with Chain Lightning than it is to get all targets with Burial. Obviously depends on party size, and 4-player, it's, I mean, Burial, it's easier, but even then, I mean, it's never guaranteed to get 3 targets. I think it's difficult to have the intersection of having the elements and having the 3 targets at the same time, especially because the Elemental's initiative isn't great. But yeah, I think the tops are well balanced, I would agree. So that's why I'm not actually sure that I would say that the top is more powerful of Burial. I think the tops are balanced. Again, the problem is that the bottom of Burial is just much better than the bottom of Chain Lightning, which again just ties into poor. I mean, honestly, this bottom could be a heal 4. And even then, the problem is it still scales poorly because, again, the bottom of Burial scales with attack modifier deck, whereas the bottom of Chain Lightning doesn't. I think it really should be a heal 4, actually. I mean, even though this is already so good, because heal 3, range 4 bottom actions are nice, it just would make taking Chain Lightning feel better, and I would love that. It's so cool to Chain Lightning things. All right. So it's difficult to get value out of the Pierce 2 on 4 targets. Yeah, I agree. But even if you get Pierce on a couple targets, plus you could say, I mean, Chain Lightning kills my least favorite enemies in the game, Forest Imps. It's like literally the Forest Imp Destroyer, right? All right. So, oh wait, hold on. No, we actually still on the round. So 28. Oh no, we still hadn't finished setting up. Sorry, we got distracted. We got distracted. All right, so we have 1 regular Spinning Drake and 3 regular Rending Drakes. Oops. Well, it's not so good against Black Imps. I understand that you're correcting me with Black Imps being the most annoying enemy in the game, but I said the enemy I hate most in the game. Chain Lightning is fine against Black Imps, but it's especially good against Forest Imps, right? Because Forest Imps have exactly 2 shield. So it's literally the dream. It's literally like this card reads, you take this card when you're fed up with Forest Imps. And I say, yes, yes, good, good. All right. So let's continue. Oh, no, we need to see what they're all up to, right? Oops. Go. God. This again. So the problem is we really need the Running Drakes to move. This is what they did last time to mess us up. Well, last time they did ranged attacks. Them not moving is really bad because we need to draw them into this room so that we can fight, like have some time fighting them before we have to fight everything else. Them not moving is literally the worst thing that they can do. I mean, we can go late next round and hope that they move up by then, but man, it's so bad. It's really annoying. All right, so how much stuff will actually even hit us if we just fire off an attack. I mean, I guess we don't have any elements for attack, so it's an attack to range 2. It's really not worth doing. And this thing's definitely hitting us. All right, so how far do we have to move back then to avoid getting hit by the spinning drake? Probably just back to here. Do we even need to go further than that? I think probably not, right? These attack at range 4. No. So the spinning drake, it has, well, 3 movement and 2 range. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. This is an interesting question, right? Does this work to expand like this? So we agree that, for example, if you're, well, let's give an example. The spinning drake's up there. If you're drawing range from this spinning drake to this elementalist, this goes 1, 2, 3. This is range 3, okay? This is line of sight, but it is a range 3 attack. But the question is, can you expand like this? Because you can't expand AoE to hit someone that you don't have line of sight of, but you do have line of sight here. Does the fact that this is actually 1 more range mean that it doesn't count as part of the AoE, or does it count as part of the AoE and you can actually basically cheat 1 range? Does anyone know? I've actually never had this come up before. Because again, this will have 3 movement, so it can go 1, 2, 3 to one of these. And so if we were to be here, it would have 1, 2 range, and then expand, which does actually get this in the AoE. Again, this seems strange because the furthest this should really be able, all right, if we're actually counting, so like let's say we're just attacking to the far end of the room. So the furthest this should be able to reach is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, expand. So again, it should be able to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from its starting location. Should be the furthest it can technically reach in a completely open field with the range of this attack. Again, because this gives us 3 movement plus 2 range is 5, and then this extends by 2, so 7. But here, by being able to do this, we actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 range away, which is kind of cheating. So does this work or not? Does anyone know? Someone's got to be able to answer this for me. I guess I lost ECO, so Correlator Ephemeris, my other remaining rules experts. Anyone? This does actually change some things because it determines whether, I think almost no matter what, we should actually always go back here. We actually have bad initiative next turn, so we don't want to run the risk of staying by the door and getting messed up by the running drakes. So that does actually work. That's it's not counterintuitive because I guess it makes sense, but it's strange that it should work because again, it's actually allowing the target just by function of something of like a strange setup. Okay, so let me explain that, Mike. So this is doing a 7 hex targeting attack. The spinning drake is here. Okay, I agree with Ephemeris that it probably works. And anyway, we're going to move back, but I am just curious more academically than anything else. All right, so this is the action the spinning drake is doing. Okay, so 7 hex targeting like this, and it has 3 movement and it has 2 range on its attack. Okay, so typically this would mean that it can reach a hex which is 7 hexes away from its initial spot. 3 hexes by movement, 2 hexes by the range of its actual attack, and then by expanding its 7 hex targeting from 2 hexes away, it can expand like this. And again, the maximum distance that can then expand is 2 more hexes. So this gives us a total of 7 range maximum that it can reach with this attack, okay? The point is, when you draw range around a door like this, the door actually counts as 1 hex of range. So if the spinning drake, for example, is here and is doing a single target ranged attack, this is actually 1, 2, 3 range, not 2 range. But because of the way the hex is drawn, this is actually allowing the spinning drake to hit something which is technically 8 range away from it with an attack that should only be able to reach 7 range. Now again, I actually need to move back with the Elementalist, no matter what, because of my initiative. It's probably just one of those stars aligning moments where the ability just hits its biggest potential. I would tend to agree with the Club. I also think it probably hits there. Yeah, the door makes the difference. Exactly, Mike. The door actually messes this up a bit because the door counts as an additional range, but when drawing a hex on the map doesn't, still works. And so there are 2 different kinds of door cases, right? With a door case like this, and because we have a line like this, we actually do have line of sight here. Door cases like this are different because from here to here, we don't have line of sight. So it's actually only 50% of door cases with hex drawing like this would actually make the difference. Well, maybe making the shape any way you want. The maximum you can make by extending the range as far as possible is 7. But it's not about that. My point is simply that the shape, how better to put it? if we did this, I mean, I agree. I believe that it should actually work because I think it would be, I mean, it's just the simplest ruling to allow this to work. What, why it's strange though is because if the map was rotated, I mean, if the type of tiles was rotated 90 degrees, and we had a door like this that we were working with rather than a door like this we were working with, this actually would not work. We would actually, the spitting drake, I mean, it's difficult to visualize this if you don't know what I'm talking about, but if we were trying to go through this door here rather than going through this door here, and we had this exact same situation, the spitting drake would not actually be able to hit the target with this attack. But because it is this specific type of door, again with the line that works like this rather than the line which does not work like this, sorry, like that. No, yeah, it's like this. I'll draw so that you guys can actually see what I mean. So like, for example, this line which doesn't work as opposed to this line which does work, it's actually the thing which changes it. So yeah, the door is creating a really weird interaction with how line of sight and range work here, specifically because. So again, a normal range attack wouldn't work here. A normal range, just like a normal range attack wouldn't work here. So here we would have consistency between what would work this on this type of door and this type of door with the normal range of an attack. And the AoE wouldn't work here, but the AoE would work here for this type of door, which is just what makes it inconsistent between two different types of doors. Um, I mean, yes and no, right, Themris? Because again, the flat door here isn't actually any better for regular range targeting than this door. Both doors are actually the same. I mean, 7 range if the door was like this, and 7 range if the door was like this, would have the exact a 7 range attack. Again, not counting AOE's, would be exactly the same for these two types of doors. It's only because it's actually a shaped AOE rather than a maximum range on the attack that actually makes it different. So that's why it's so strange. Not because, I mean, like, I understand the doors are otherwise normally different. All right. Anyway, like I said, we're moving back no matter what. Doesn't change anything. We create fire, and we are done. So then the Rending Drakes go, and they're all going to strengthen themselves. Right, exactly as Corlord said. The difference is because there can't be a row of hexes. Here, there would be a row of hexes. All right, Flame Demons go. They do nothing significant. They don't consume the fire because they can't attack, and this one dies. Leaving a coin behind. It's right there, right? Did I just mess up? God, did I really just forget where it was positioned? Is it here? Where was this Flame Demon? I guess they didn't move. Yeah, it was there. Okay. I don't know why. Getting distracted. So ranged attackers are generally better at finding targets in flat doors. Correct. But what I mean though, Themris, I mean, and I guess you understand is, so here, because, well, basically like what Corlord said, there's actually a row of hexes here. So this row of hexes extends the range from here to here by 1. That same additional range is extended through this type of door by the door counting as a row of hexes essentially because you have to draw through the door. This makes attacking from across this type of door or this type of door have functionally the same range difference. It is easier to find line of sight, but the range is always the same, whether it's this type of door or this type of door. It's just because there is a row of hexes for this type of door, there's not a row of hexes by this type of door. It's only the door which adds the row of hexes that you can actually use the door then for an AoE and allow yourself to extend your range further than you would normally be able to if there was a true row of hexes rather than an approximated row of hexes with simply a door. All right, so then we have the Quartermaster who's up next. So we don't really want to get hit by the Spitting Drake, huh? So we can just reach to here. Well, we've established that we need money. Will the Rending Drakes make it to us? They have 5 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 will make it to us, and there'll be 1 behind. I think that's worth it. So we're going to heal 1 at the beginning of our turn with Soothing Lullaby. Yeah, I think this is definitely worth it. So first of all, we're going to be able to pick up a coin this way. Oop, did I do the spin? No, Spinning Drake's after us. So I could go up here and attack one of these, but this is pretty bad because they have shield, and then I'm going to get hit by the Spinning Drake, and it's going to poison me and muddle me, and all this stuff feels bad. Instead, I could just walk over here, and pick up a coin. This is nice because, well, first of all, I don't get hit by the spinning drake this turn. Second of all, I get a coin. Third of all, I'm in a pretty good spot where I'm not going to need to use too much movement to get to hopefully be able to skewer two things with Giant Club. Like I said, it is possible that a Running Drake can hit us if they don't get minus movement. If they get minus movement, then it's great because then they're actually going to like bottleneck in the door without hitting us. If they do get minus movement, if they don't get minus movement, one actually will make it to us, but the rest won't. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Oh, I guess one hits the Soothsinger. The Soothinger's just gonna have to, well, move away. I guess there's a problem there, but that, I mean, that has nothing to do with what the quartermaster can do. I mean, I guess theoretically we could go here to make sure we draw their attacks, but then we don't get the coin. Let's be real. So, well, I mean, at least in terms of the quartermaster, this should work fine. And then hopefully we should have some on the door, one on the door and one here, and then we'll be able to skewer them, which is the dream. So I think this is fine. All right, and we don't get hit by the spinning drake. So the spinning drake goes, has moved 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and that's the end of the round. It's kind of awkward because we have shield, but we still want to go late because we need the running drakes to move up. This is why it's so bad that they didn't move last round. We really, really, really needed them to move last round. This is absolutely the worst thing that they could have done. Setting themselves up for this turn without actually moving up, because if they moved up, we would have been able to use an attack 5 last round and make sure that we would hit these attacks this turn. Now it's possible that they're just going to do their 72 and then we're not going to hit them at all. This is how this went so badly for us last time, and it seems to be replicating the exact same thing. Like, we're playing this correctly how we're supposed to, which is not to run into this room, just get destroyed, to draw enemies back into this room to be able to fight them in groups, but they're out AIing us basically. I think it's still correct for us to go later here. No. Yeah, I think it is still correct for us to go later. Just hopefully let them move up so that we can disarm. It's possible we take a hit, but if we take a hit, we take a hit. So be it. And kind of the same thing here. Go late, wait for them to move up. All right. Again, if they don't move up this time... All right. -1 move, and they move up. That's good. Flame Demon's also not attacking. All right. Well, they made up for a very vicious last turn by giving us a very nice turn this turn. So, balance on all things. All right. Flame Demon... Oh, no. Okay. I was like, they're consuming my element, but no, it's Flame Demons. So, Flame Demons go first, consume my element, but create new flame. They have 3 movement. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Like so. And then they play some annoying... Well, these actually were annoying last time. Oh, yeah, these are annoying. Well, so I guess... Yeah, I mean, the first one actually places... It could be either of these. Doesn't change much either way. And there. And so these are 4 damage traps. Yeah, this is actually really annoying. It's going to make it so they don't clump up the way we want them to. Oh, Flame Demons! All right. It's the second time we've done this scenario, and they've managed to use this otherwise pretty useless action to make some annoying traps. Running Drakes are up next. They're all going to lose their strengthens. None of them are going to do anything because they don't have enough movement to get to us. So again, they have... Oh, wait, I miscounted their movement. They only have 4. I'm an idiot. I was counting 5 because I was looking at their attack. So -1 movement is 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah, well, we're not going to be getting a lot of the things that we really wanted to get here. If they hadn't placed the traps, would it have worked better? Not necessarily. It could have. Okay, so we've got to pay attention to that spinning drake because obviously we're not getting stunned. So range 4 is 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can't go to the door. All right, fair enough. Well, anyway, it's the Elementalist who goes first. Yeah, that's fine. Oh no, we can even just go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Okay, so we're going to use the bottom of Burial simply as a generic move 2, and we're going to move to here. What's the range in the Retaliate? It's just 2, right? Perfect. So we can just move to here. And what's the WTF, Thermos? Yeah, where's the Aeromancer when you need it? Indeed, right? It's true that we are kind of lacking some push and... Well, ultimately, the most annoying enemies in this room fly anyway, but... All right. So, I mean, we could have had the Quartermaster create another element for... Oh, no, actually, he couldn't have. Yeah, no, we couldn't even have another element. Well, it doesn't really matter much. So we could have used the Robes of Evocation since we're going to hit 3 targets here, but 2 of the targets we're hitting anyway have a bunch of shields. It's actually just more significant the wounds we get, not the actual damage. The damage really only matters on one of the targets, so it's not a big deal that we don't have that. So we move with the bottom of Burial, and then we're going to use the top of Ice Spikes, Consuming Fire, which gives us 1 experience, and gives us an attack 2 wound. So we get range 3 on this, which again allows us to go 1, 2, 3, and then expand. We have line of sight of all of them from here. And their retaliate range is simply 2, so neither of them retaliate on us. We'll do Rending Drake 3, and then Flame Demon 2, Flame Demon 4 with these attacks. Nothing special to use here. Okay, so we create Wind, and do 2 damage to the Rending Drake. Down to 8. Just like last time. Drawing these stupid blesses against these stupid flame demons. Ugh, God, it feels so bad. So the flame demon has 4 shields, so our 2 gets doubled to a 4, which does nothing. Alright, and we create fire, which, if we're being honest, isn't really something we're a fan of. Alright, so the good news is we get wounds on these flame demons, which should help us a significant amount, and with the goal of eventually killing them. Now we need to take a look. So this is where what we didn't do enough last time was creating elements after our turn. So we have right now fire and wind, although we can't really count on keeping the fire, can we? Well, no. There are things which use fire in the 40s and 30. So as long as we go before that, we could use the fire if we wanted. So that's actually not such a bad problem, or a big problem. What do we actually have that we want to do, though? The problem is we have the 2 elements which matter least to us in this situation. I mean, fire adds damage, which is nice. This is something like Shape the Ether. We have wind, but the push here really doesn't do much. I mean, they can just kind of push one of these things for now. Yeah. So the wind does very little for those things. We could use it with Winter's Edge to just kill one of the flame demons, or to make a reasonable attack on something else by adding ice. But ice would require a potion, because what we can add here is earth. But earth doesn't really do much with fire and wind right now, huh? Again, it just does this. But we're missing the stun, which is the most significant thing. Stunning both the flame demons would be amazing, but again, this requires ice. So basically, most of the things we want to do right now require ice. We can just use a crystallizing blast with the robe, and maybe formless power. I don't really want to use formless power with this rest cycle either. I really went too hard on losses last time I played this scenario. I need to be more careful with longevity. I mean, I can just use the top of formless power to do an attack 4, range 4, and then consume another random element with the robes to get 5. But that actually doesn't seem necessary to use the random element just for +1 here. Better to save that for one of our bigger attacks. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like it's actually important to create any additional elements now with wands, but it's important that we are paying attention to this. Okay, so, oh yeah, we were supposed to... Oh, whoops. We did that before this. Somehow I mixed the quartermaster entirely. Doesn't really matter much, shouldn't have impacted this at all. So the quartermaster has a kind of awkward turn here. If we move on to the door, going to here, then we're actually in range to get stunned by the Spitting Drake, which we don't want. We do need to hit something here. I don't know that the long spear is actually going to get much better, so I think just giving us the opportunity to do an attack 5 is fine. Basically, like, if we save the long spear, it's possible that it adds an attack 5 later. Like, we can do a 2-target attack 5, but adding 1 attack 5 now is the same as adding 1 attack 5 later, so we might as well just use it now. My bad that we forgot to do him first. I guess I was just excited for the elemental's turn. So we're going to use the bottom of Iron Bulwark as a generic move 2. We're going to go to here. Because we can't move to the door unless we want to get stunned. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, exactly. And getting stunned is really bad, so we'll not do that. So we're going to use the top of a Giant Club as an attack 5, and we're going to use the Long Spear to turn into 2 Hex. So we're just going to get to attack Rending Drake number 1 with an attack 5. Okay, well, that was nice. Sadly, our goal was not one-shotting, but rather overkilling. So it didn't quite do it there, but definitely worth. All right, so that was all of our turn there. We don't have anything like that here, and our thing down there now is just items. Okay. So then it is the... Oh yeah, so no, the reason why I was thinking of this is because we forgot our heals from Soothing Melody, or Soothing Lullaby, or whatever. So we each got to heal 1. So then it is the Soothsinger's turn. So we move 3, attack 3 with Melody and Harmony. So we're going to go to here, And attack 3, range 3, no point in hitting these, just attack Running Drake number 5. Okay. So 4 damage, bringing this Running Drake down to 6. And then we're going to use the top of Throw Voice, Disarm, range 3, with the beautiful Hex targeting to get all of them. Okay. And so, oh yeah, and we gain 1 experience for having our song up again. And so we're done. Oh yeah, so then there's a Spinning Drake, which does nothing. All right, so I'm going to quickly take my pee break that I had warned I would need to take. So I'll be right back in just under 2 minutes. All right, refilled my water, and we're good to go. Let's see what we've got here. So it's short rests all around. There's definitely no world in which we're long resting here. We can bring back the song. It still does provide healing to the elementalist, which would not be a bad thing, but we're going to want to switch songs anyway, so it's better to give ourselves 1 extra turn here rather than having to use 1 charge of these right now, because our bottom actions are all going to be quite valuable. So, all right, yeah, Tuning the Outcome is probably our weakest card, so we're perfectly fine losing that. Over here, basically just can't lose Winter's Edge. That hurts, because that's the way we create ice for Winter's Edge without having to use items. We have no other actual source. No, we have Crystallizing Blast, so I guess, yeah, it's kind of okay. Winter's Edge is just really, really important, because it's our only way of dealing with Flame Demons. I mean, these Flame Demons are kind of dealt with, but if there's an Elite in one of the side rooms again, just like we learned there was an Elite in the back room last night, woof. Alright, let's grab all these. Alright, and here... It's our 1 good late initiative, but yeah, I don't think it's correct to reroll. It's definitely not one of our most powerful cards. And hopefully the timing of this room works out that after 4 turns from now, we should get a long rest with basically everything dead. Which I think is a realistic expectation. So we shouldn't need that anytime soon. I mean, except for the fact that it is a move 4, but we still got a move 5 and a move 4, and I guess theoretically a move 3 as well. All right, so what's the plan here? Well, these are all disarmed, which is great, so we don't have to worry about them. Resting is definitely scary with the combo class, like Elementalist or Spellweaver. Yeah, yeah, it really is. It really is. So we need to start up a new song. I mean, I guess it's just time to start up Defensive Ditty. Even though it's not super necessary this turn, since they've all got, I mean, they're all disarmed. And yeah, I mean, Disorienting Dirge here looks pretty decent, right? 1, 2, 3. I mean, 3 curses, 2 blesses. Yeah, for sure. I think it's better than anything else. It's not like we need the extra shield this round. A healing could be nice, same with an attack, but honestly, I don't know we're going to get closer to more of them than this, so I definitely prefer just getting 3 curses now, settle for it. All right. Meanwhile, over here, so we have just these 2 elements as we've established. So our plan was pretty much just to use Formless Power to attack, which I think is fine. They can't consume the fire. No, both of their fire consumption requires. I guess they can consume any element to create fire and kind of mess over Formless Power, but I think it's probably still correct to do this. This gives us. I mean, even if we end up with an attack, so it gives us 2 attack 3s or an attack 4 and a 3, which is a nice combination of things. So in that case, the Elementalist should be killing this one. So the Quartermaster really needs to work on killing something in the back, which can be done pretty easily as well. We don't really need a move shield, but it also doesn't hurt. Because after that, we may not even need to shield again. How early are we going here? 45? So if we use Scroll of Lightning, that actually makes us pretty safe, right? The question is whether we should use Bladed Boomerang or Scroll of Lightning. The advantage to using Bladed Boomerang is the sooner we get the wound on the Spitting Drake, the better it is, the more value it's going to give. And there's a decent chance we want to use 2 ranged attacks. The advantage to using Scroll of Lightning is it protects us against the Flame Demon consuming air to create fire. Again, if they consume fire, this never happens because both of their consumption of fire requires them attacking. So the only way they could mess us up is by consuming any element, but I believe they have only one more card that does that. So I don't think it's worth playing around that one card. I think I'd rather get the wound sooner by using this. And again, moving up and shielding is fine because we need to move that amount anyway, and this can still block a bit of damage since there can still be 2 attackers. It also gives us early initiative, which is important, letting us get to here, to have range there. Yeah, the worst thing that can happen here is that this gets its 3 attacks. Yeah, Scroll of Lightning is a dumb card. I don't like. It's especially weird, this, right? I mean, yeah, okay. Like, I understand why Giant Club can kind of be better for this class because how easy it is to repeatedly reuse the spear. So Giant Club really, I mean, spends half of its time being an attack 10 instead of an attack 5. So, I mean, all things in context, right? But yeah, the fact that this class has randomly got an attack 5 range 3, which also creates an element, which matters to a not insignificant number of classes in the game, and then, I mean, this card I think is fine. It has synergy with the class, but as just a straight attack 5 at level 4, it's the exact same thing as the Brute, who gets this exact same ability at level 4. Except obviously, like, again, context is different, but it's 9 card class size. So again, this makes sense to me. This just does not make sense. Agree completely. Agree completely. But it is a card. All right. Yeah. So yeah, the worst thing that could happen is that they flip their 72 or 73 where they make 3 targets without moving, because then we can't go here, and then we're not gonna actually have range to hit this with the wound, and we're gonna have to wound this, and it's gonna kind of mess up everything. But again, we'll just hope that they don't do that. Yeah, that's kind of bad as well because it's gonna block us from moving up. There are a couple things they could do which were bad. All right. Well, I mean, you know, for bad, it's not that bad, right? So we're gonna begin by using. The annoying thing is actually it's the Soothsinger who gets hit here. If we don't move back, we don't really want to. I mean, we can move back and use generic, and then it will be the Quartermaster who gets hit. And we can always just heal ourselves. We've also got a healing potion. I think we're fine tanking a hit. Although, no, if we move back, it still just stops there, so it doesn't change anything. Yeah, it's really gumming up the works. I guess we could move up, but then the Quartermaster still doesn't get to do unless the Quartermaster moves onto a trap, and that seems terrible. What is the Spitting Drake doing? I'm just attacking. Yeah. I mean, I guess there are a fair number of cards they could. I mean, they could do this. I think they have a 13 as well, which we've seen, and they had this 70 something with multiple attacks. So there are a lot of things they could have done, which would have been annoying. I mean, it's fair. We got a good turn from them previously, so we can't complain too much. This does mess up things a bit. I think it's still probably correct just to do both of our things. It sucks that, I mean, we're giving shield to all allies, but then we're getting attacked. I guess it'll actually be us that gets attacked by the Spitting Drake as well if we don't move, right? No, that's actually too much. That is too much. Man, this hurts. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to set up Defensive Diddy, and we're going to use the bottom of Disorienting Dirge. This is a generic move, and like, I mean, it's kind of the same with which one of these we go to. No, I guess because this can do its AoE 3-triangle hex targeting, so it is actually, for that reason, better to be here. All right, so we're going to move back, but we're definitely not giving up Disorienting Dirge without actually playing it. So we will, again, use another charge of Endurance Potion to bring it back. All right. Yeah, it sucks, but whatever. It happens. So this one goes first, actually. Loses its disarm, so it's not going to attack. How much movement does he have? +1, right? So 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is this changing anything? Oh, then he's still... No, his focus is still there. Yeah, it is a shame to use Disorienting Dirge as a generic move, but like I said, we got it back. I mean, we're still going to get the effect this rest cycle. So we're not really losing out on it. I think... Wait, would it actually... No, because this one was moving up to here. This one, if we stay here, actually, it's not hitting us. The Spitting Drake is still hitting us, but that's okay. Yeah, because I actually just, since this one was disarmed, I actually forgot its existence over there. So actually, I don't need to do this then, do I? I mean, I can still change it because there's no new information. I didn't realize this was a lower number and that it would make it all the way here. This is pretty far, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it does exactly make it there. So actually, it's better for us to stay here. Now, we get attacked by the Spitting Drake, but this one doesn't attack anything. And I guess, yeah, all right, this works. Sure. Okay, so we'll actually stay there. So we won't do the silly stuff. We will save Glory, I mean, we will use Glorious Disorienting Dirge. So actually, I'll just put this back to here. Has it taken its 1 damage from its wound yet? No, because he did 2 damage for the last turn. So it goes into 7, it's going to move to here, but first we use Disorienting Dirge, so we give 1, 2, 3 range, so 3 curses and 2 blesses. Themris, I'm not sure if you're still there or not, since you come and go. I had a question for you. We had a little bit of discussion, something, I think, just before you got here. I'm glad I met Mike. So, I mean, and this is open to everyone. So, Isio and I were discussing this before you got here, I think with Prototype as well, but no one else was here yet. In my opinion, to the best of my knowledge, Disorienting Dirge is the best level 4 card in the game, with close competition of Rock Slide. Now, again, to clarify, I mean cards specifically at level that are token that can be, I mean, level 4 cards, not up to level 4, because obviously then there's arguments for like Eclipse's level 1 cards, stuff like this. Can you think of any level 4 card that's comparable with Disorienting Dirge or potentially Rock Slide? I think Disorienting Dirge is the best, though. All right, so we gave those blesses. I'm just going to reshuffle to make sure that I did. We gave those curses. And we're good. So we also gained 1 experience then for playing Disorienting Dirge. Okay. Oh. I mean, yeah, because obviously then there's the argument of what Primal Duality does. That's kind of a fair point. But I would argue like of the impact of the card intrinsically by picking it up at level 4. I mean, you can argue that the extension of what it does later on, yeah. But I mean, it's hard to argue about anything Elementalist does as an intrinsic value of the card, but yes. I mean, I would say a large factor of the evaluation of the card has to be the effect the card has when you get the card at level 4. Both Disorienting Dirge and Rock Slide are insane when you get them level 4 and insane later. Primal Duality is fine at level 4. It gives you random elements. It gives you 15 initiative. Like, it's not a bad card at 4, but it doesn't obviously really do its thing until 6 or 7 or 9. So yeah, I would say, even though that is certainly a fair argument, it would kind of be against the spirit of the question a little bit. Although again, it's difficult to say that because it's a little bit unfair to the Elementalist, because almost none of the Elementalist cards can really be evaluated in a vacuum. Like the level 7 card as well, it would be difficult to compare that against other level 7 cards because it requires the level 4 card, although I think I still would maybe consider it the most broken level 7 card. It's an interesting question to actually go through and wonder what is the best card at every level. I mean, 2 through 9, because 1 we've already talked about can kind of be a mess. All right, anyway, so it's the Quartermaster's turn. Gain 1 experience for playing Bladed Boomerang. Attack 2, range 3. 1, 2, 3 with Bladed Boomerang, targeting Rending Drake number 5, because no disadvantage, so why not? And the other one's already wounded. Beautiful. All right. Flurry of Axes. That's a fair one. That is a good card. I don't. All right. Fair point. So we have Crushing Hammer. Yeah, that's for sure true. Like it definitely can single-handedly win some scenarios. I would not disagree with that. Yeah. I mean, it's fair for Thermos to call spoilers on that. I think it was vague enough. I mean, you don't know which class it's from. The fact that that's the name of a card, I think doesn't spoil too much. I guess you know it's a level 4 card now for someone. So yeah, I guess be careful. Better to just say like the level 4 card for this class when talking about something rather than giving a specific name. Disorienting Dirge has an opportunity cost? No, it's okay, Medmai. Like I said, I think it's borderline anyway. I wouldn't be super worried about that. But yeah, I mean, it can't hurt to be more careful in the future. It's really difficult to tiptoe around spoilers, but unfortunately, I mean, it is necessary because it's important for, again, not just the people who are viewing live, but also the people who view VODs. The opportunity cost of Disorienting Dirge is what? I don't understand that there. Officially, it does? You're talking about Disorienting Dirge having an opportunity cost. Oh, but Disorienting Dirge does allow you to play other songs. That's not the. I mean, Disorienting Dirge used the bottom for. I mean, I would say Disorienting Dirge, in terms of its song mechanic, fits well. It's a song which encourages you to play it after having played other songs for a while. I think this makes sense. Rather than simply, I mean, because a lot of the songs for the Soothsinger, at least obviously without that item, compete from being used just from the beginning of the scenario, right? Now there's some where like you get extra movement, so maybe in a movement scenario you turn it on in between fights and stuff like that. But generally speaking, you most of the time it's fire and forget. Disorienting Dirge, in my opinion, is good in this way because it's a song which is powerful enough that you absolutely do want to play it almost every scenario, but you also don't ever really want to start with it because your other songs are better at the start. So use the bottom a bunch and then use the top. I think that's great design. I mean, I do think the card is overpowered and could be tuned a little bit. Honestly, probably just making both of these range 2 is probably a fine way to do this, I think. I think that would make the card much more tame. But anyway, I think the actual design of having the bottom feed into the top and having it be a song, I mean, yeah, then after you have this up, you don't want other songs, but you still actually do kind of want to keep on other songs because then you go through the curses so quickly typically that you don't refill as quickly as possible. Obviously, the exception is, again, we're talking about intrinsically just with the Soothsinger here. Not talking obviously about combining it with other classes, which presents a whole new load of problems. But yeah, so then generally, again, if you're not playing with other classes, you burn through the curses, and then you kind of still want another song to switch back to, and then you reload. I think it has a good like ebb and flow. I really like the mechanic of how it works. But it is too good overall, I agree. I don't think the top is too good overall by itself, which is again evidenced by the fact that you don't just like it's not just a fire and forget from the beginning of the scenario. The bottom, I think, is the thing which makes the card combined too good. And like I said, I think just nerfing the ranges to 2 could probably work. The card also doesn't need to have 14 initiative, if we're being honest. I mean, everything about the card is so good, I don't really understand why it has 14 initiative, to be perfectly fair. Okay, so Flame Demons are up next. They're going to create fire again. How much movement do these bad boys have? They have 4 movement on regular, so they're going to fly to the other side, right? Just get rid of these. I just have to move them in order. 1 damage on each of them. That's a good one as well. That's true. All right, so who is their focus here? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So it's the Soothsinger. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, I do this because it's ranged, so it typically wants to not be adjacent to as many things as possible. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, basically ends up being the same one way or another. Okay, so they're done. Kind of just boxing us in here, huh? And so then we have the Elementalist who's up next. So what's interesting now is we have a choice. So we do want to use a generic bottom at some point so we can use a charge of endurance in order to get a card back and get an extra turn. So the question is, should we make a disadvantage attack and still get to use our bottom attack as well? Or should we simply move here and not have to make a disadvantage attack? I think I'd rather have the extra power now and worry about using the endurance charge later. So let's do that. So how do we want to hit here? I guess if we hit this with a 4, it's probably better, right? Because if we can get a +1 on it, then it'll die before ever going. Even if we don't get a +1, it'll only get 1 turn and we can forget it. I think it's better to hit it with a 4 than a 3. So let's do that. So we're going to use the top of Formless Power. We're going to consume both fire and wind. By the way, I think Formless Power is, I mean, of some of the design mistakes I don't agree with this class, I love this card. Having both halves of this card be so good, both of them kind of work in the same way, mini simulacrum, all that stuff. Like the top is good, the bottom is good. It's just a great, really, really nice card. I like it quite a bit. It's one of my more preferred designs for the Elementalist. All right, so we gain 1 experience, and we get an attack 4, range 4, targeting Drake number 5. Okay. Oh, well, at least we got that out of the way, I guess. It's fair. Well, in this case, I mean, we don't have to make any disadvantage attacks at least, so we'll use Burial also to attack the Drake number 5. Yeah, there you go, Carlord. Right, there we go. Well, +2. I guess it kind of ends up the same. I mean, we miss out on damage here, but we get 5 here in the end, so it goes down to 1, and we create a dark. You got to do the capitalization correctly, Themis. There you go. Yeah, I think Dirge usually wins that fight as well. What's interesting is, excuse me, of all those cards, so Rock Slide, Primal Duality, Flurry, and Disorienting Dirge, I think that Primal Duality and Disorienting Dirge should absolutely be changed. I don't believe that Rock Slide or Flurry need to be changed. I think Flurry is very powerful, but I think it's fine. Like it doesn't bother me as a card. Even though it is very powerful, the cost is very high and it's not always useful, and there is definitely an opportunity cost of having that card. And similarly, Rock Slide is class defining for the Crag card, and I think it's absolutely necessary, and I think it's fine for this card to be so good. So it's funny that of the top 4 cards, actually I'm fine with 2 of them, even though they're like, 4 of some of the best cards in the game, right? All right, so we're done there. So we created a dark. Do we need another element? What are we doing this? Opportunity cost is a strong word. For Flurry? That's true. Yeah, I mean, all right, yeah, that's fair, I guess. Although that class is a fair amount of that other half as well, though, so it's not. I mean, it's not so necessary, that other half. It's not like other classes which would really like to have it. But yeah, I mean, it's true. There is very little opportunity cost. That card is very good. Yeah, I guess if anything, maybe the other half should just be nerfed. If you were going to nerf that card. What I mean is I think the action itself is very powerful, but fitting and situational that it doesn't bother me. I guess if you were going to do something to that card, messing with the other half would be a better way, I think, of affecting it. But I mean, I'm not confident in this assessment necessarily. So we have Dark. Dark doesn't really do anything for us, but neither are Wands. God, these Wands are the worst. I mean, we're pretty surely just using Crystallizing Blast this next turn, I guess. Crystallizing Blast also kind of sucks here, because we're not hitting 2 things that actually matter. I am okay with Rock Slide. I mean, it's way too powerful, but it defines the Crag art. It's so powerful, but so necessary for that class. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'll present the question to everyone, but I'm fine with it's so powerful. But I don't know. I think that's a good question. I wonder how people will feel about that. Yeah, I mean, it is 2 damage to the whole room, but it's not good at finishing enemies. Late initiative. I don't know. I guess it's fair, but I think at 1 damage the card might be too weak. Inferno's a little bit different. I mean, we gotta be real here. Now, obviously, it also has some upside that Inferno doesn't, but Inferno hits more things. Yeah. I'll be interested to see what people. I mean, that's a fair question. I'm not confident in my decision of saying it's not overpowered, but I personally wouldn't change it. I think it's class defining for the Crag art. if the Crag Art is too strong, I mean, for me, I was actually thinking about this a bit. The Crag Art cards, which I would change, would be I would remove a dot from Dirt Tornado, the enhancement dot, obviously, and I would nerf Blind Destruction to a 3 rather than a 4, but I would not change Rock Slide, personally. I mean, again, Thermos, like, I understand where you're coming from, and I think that's perfectly fair. Like, um, but yeah. Like, I don't think it's a bad decision to want to nerf it. I just personally would not. I mean, of all nerfs, I guess that's a relatively fair one. Then he still gets to place obstacles and everything. It's just harder to do damage to everything in the room. All right, let's refocus here. So what do we want to do with the people? So the Soothsinger would like to do some disarming, and I guess a move attack is also good. It gives us bad initiative is always the problem with this. I mean, Echoing Aria doesn't really work because if we go early and we give shield, we're also just the one getting hit because the Quartermaster can't go before 8. So it does make sense, I think, to just do these two things. I guess, I mean, even if we disarm late, it doesn't matter so much, right? Whether we disarm them before they attack here or disarm them after they attack here, it's basically the same thing. Disarming them for one round adds essentially 1 damage to each of them without them attacking. So again, if they attack first, they go into 2, then we disarm them, then they're dead without ever attacking again. If we disarm them first, I mean, obviously that's nice as well because then they don't attack, but it's basically the same thing. So I think late initiative doesn't matter so much here. Oops. Oh, we were actually supposed to finish the round. We still had Spinning Drake. My bad. Getting so distracted with these discussions. All right, Spinning Drake has attack 4, range 4. So range 4 is going to require a move up of 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, and attack the Spinning Drake. Ah, we're going to be muddled. Not cool. All right, so attack 4 on the Singer. All right, take 4. But yeah, I think going late is fine. Also, we're unlikely to get focused, although I guess the Running Drake can do multi-target. But so throw voice, and yeah, I mean, since we need to move anyway, doing a move which attacks seems good. Sorry, I was just reading a discussion. All right, so what else do we want to do here? So this dies. This we can't really reach, so it's pretty much, and these we're just going to leave alone. So it's pretty much just focusing on this. Well, I've got a giant club with that thing's name on it. Yeah, I think we're just gonna shield up as well. Draw some attacks here. Again, because there's a decent chance the Flame Demons attack before we disarm them, but maybe we go before them with 12. We could hopefully shrug off a fair amount of damage here. And again, we're trying to really be careful with playing our losses too soon here. After we've learned how easy it is to run out of longevity with I'm saying Cragart because we're discussing it with the Quartermaster after these changes. All right, so here, like I said, I guess it's Crystallizing Blast. Oof. So you just have a Dark, so Dark doesn't really do anything in terms of attacking. No, it's actually probably just better to attack with Winter's Edge. I mean, our attack plus the Quartermaster's, I mean, actually that's not even that, it's not even necessary to do that much damage. We could go try to hit this with it. No, that's not really possible. So actually, let's save Winter's Edge, because we'll use that next turn to hit the Spinning Drake. I guess we just need a tiny amount of damage on the Running Drake adjacent to us. So in that case, actually this does just create ice, then we can create wind and hit the Spinning Drake more easily. Yeah, all right, this still seems fine then. So what do we want for a bottom? Probably just early initiative as well. This way we can hopefully kill the Running Drake before it goes. And we can just use this as a generic here since we need to do that anyway to get an extra turn. The problem, Themris, with trying to add Earth consumption, although the Kragart does have a lot of cards with a lot of text, is just that it would add, I mean, it would take up space on a card that already has a lot of space taken. But, I mean, the Kragart already kind of has a precedent for that with, like, the bottom of Crater, which is quite a mess like that. So, I think it's fine. All right, anyway, let's go. Annoying, annoying. All right, so this one takes 1 damage down to 6 and then heals up to 8. Guess we will be needing more damage here. Ugh. And then this one dies because its wound kills it before the healing comes through. And we've killed 2 drakes thus far. Yep. So I want to make sure that I'm not now. So number of cards at the end, experience at the end, overkill a monster, which we haven't done yet. All right, so the running drakes are done. So this running drake up here no longer has the wound, has shield 2, and has strengthen. Okay, so then we have the, so what are these doing? So we will disarm them before they attack here. That's fine. This is going to poison us. It's a little bit annoying, but so be it. All right, so we're going to use the, well, we should use Giant Club first. So we'll gain 1 experience, and we'll just make an attack 5 targeting this, the running drake. Nothing else really to use. All right, so 6 as 2 shields. We do 4 damage to it, putting it down to 4. And then we use the bottom of Reinforced Steel. I mean, we're only going to get attacked by 1 thing, but still, why not? We'll use the bottom of Reinforced Steel to give ourselves Shield 2, affect self and all adjacent allies, which is great. Okay, so next up is the Elementalist. What's interesting now, all right, so anyway, we're always using the bottom of Primal Duality as a generic move like this. We can move further, though. So this is the question we have to ask ourselves. We can use Crystallizing Blast to hit the Flame Demons as well, or to not. So the argument for not hitting the Flame Demons is that we have 2 Blesses in our deck, and we don't want to waste them on this. The argument for hitting the Flame Demons is we can flip elements, but actually the only element we can flip that really matters so much is Wind, Air, and we only have 1 Air in our deck. Theoretically, I guess flipping another random element is kind of okay. We're getting ice from this anyway, and the other element we need is air in order to get our Winter's Edge. No, you, yeah, Thermos, you can ask. Ask away in chat. Don't worry. I don't mind if chat has discussions. As long as people asking me questions can be distracting, but again, I don't really care about that too much. I think it's correct, though, not to hit the Flame Demons. We only really care about the wind, getting the wind that much, and otherwise, we have twice as much of a chance of getting blesses than the wind. So yeah. So we'll just use Crystallizing Blast as an attack 1, attacking something. Oh no, so in that case, yeah, we can just stop here. We don't need to move any further back. Because this will focus him and won't be able to expand to hit us. Yep. So Crystallizing Blast on the Running Drake. Again, we just do expand like this so that we don't hit anything of relevance. Okay, well, still no damage, but we create ice. And we use the bottom as a generic, so we used 1 charge of our Endurance Potion to get Primal Duality back, because it's our best initiative. And then at the end of our turn, we use Wand of Storms to create air. Okay, so then next up we have the Soothsinger. So the Soothsinger is going to begin by doing a move 3, attack 3, range 3. We're going to go to here, again, so that we don't get expanded in the Spitting Drake's AoE. And our attack 3 is going to be targeting the Running Drake. We are muddled, so it's disadvantaged. That hurts. Stupid muddles. Yeah, that would have been nice otherwise. All right, so we just get 1 damage on him, again, because he has 2 shield. And then we're going to use the top of Throw Voice to disarm here, and disarm here. Then the Flame Demons go, and they are disarmed. So they each go down to 2. And then the Spitting Drake goes, I believe, can already hit from where it is. Range -2, 1, 2, expand. And yes, as it already worked, it works still. So just can hit the Quartermaster, who is its focus. So it doesn't need to move at all. So an attack -2, poison. So an attack 2 poison on the Quartermaster. Didn't really need the curse here, but sure. I guess there are a fair number of them. And the more significant effect of the attack is, of course, the poison. Okay, and that ends the round. So, what are we doing now? I'm going to blow my nose quickly, so give me a second while I... Okay, so I'm back. Let's see. is kind of tough. We don't really want to waste any big attacks on this thing, but one of us has to attack it. I mean, an attack 3 should kill it. Or 2 attack 2s, kind of the same thing. This gives us more movement afterwards. I kind of just prefer to say Scroll of Lightning to hit that in the back. Same thing with Winter's Edge, though, which we've just set up. And her... I mean, we could use Nimble Knife, but no, I don't think that's correct. So interestingly enough, I mean, I think we want to use this for a top. I think this makes sense because we can curse both the Flame Demons, and I think we want to use Echoing Aria as a bottom. This means the Quartermaster needs to move to here so that he draws aggro from both of them, but I think that's fine. Because otherwise one of them attacks the Soothsinger, which we really don't want. So that means the Quartermaster just needs to go early, which definitely means playing this regardless. And if we're playing that regardless, yeah, I mean, losing movement is fine. We're going to long rest after the next turn anyway, so we can still do a move 4 worst case scenario. So I think we do this and leave these two. This gives us more flexibility about which attack we use, just in case. All right. So then for us, it's going to be Winter's Edge. That much is certain. We want to go after... Sorry. The Quartermaster kills there, so we don't need quite so early initiative this time. We don't have a random element. I mean, the ice to use for this because we need the ice for that. I guess it's kind of the same. Both give experience, so we might as well choose that since we already did the wind. So we want to move with. We don't need to move much. And move 2 actually lets us go onto the coin there. Yeah, so we might as well choose Stoking Hail. I'm not sure what we want with the fire, but technically we've got 3 top attacks which can use fire, and this initiative seems fine as well. So yeah, let's go with this. Okay. So, well, I guess in the end, we don't need to worry about them because they're actually just going to die. Even without the ice here, they're not attacking anyone, so Echoing Aria is a little bit less necessary. And we gain 1 experience for having a song up. We're going to use the top of Singing Arrow regardless, hitting the 2 of them, giving 2 curses. So then we get the bottom of Aria. I guess it still makes sense to use it because it would still give shield to the person on the door. So presumably the Quartermaster can kill this and then move on to the door, and then we'll tank the attack from the Spitting Drake, and having the 1 extra shield is useful for that. So yeah, I'll use the bottom of Echoing Aria still. So we use that, gaining 1 experience. Okay, so Soothsinger is done, so the next step is the Quartermaster. Yeah, if we only need to move to the door, we don't need a giant move, so we might as well use our more likely to kill attack. So we'll start with the bottom or the top of Hasten Step as an attack 2, targeting this Drake. Okay, so +2 gives us 4 damage, so the Drake is dead. So we have a move 1. Yeah, even if we were to use our boots, we could get 2 more movement. But it still wouldn't work. We wouldn't have enough to then hit with the other attack. We can't refresh or anything like that. So yeah, we'll just move there. And then I guess we'll use the bottom of Iron Bulwark to gain shield 1, affect self and all adjacent allies. And since we're on a coin, we pick it up. So now we have 1 shield plus defensive ditty, so we're already at 2, plus echoing aria, so we're at 4 shield now. Okay, so then lastly we have the Elementalist. So the Elementalist is going to use the bottom of Stoking Hail as a move 2, creating fire, plus using boots, thus we get move 4 total. So 1, 2, 3. We have to stop there rather than going 1 further because here it's 1, 2, 3 range, 1, 2, 3 range. So the tie is decided based on initiative, which means the quartermaster gets attacked. If we were to move any further, then we would actually get attacked, which we don't want because we wouldn't have all the shield. So we stop there. And we're going to use the top of Winter's Edge, consuming ice and wind. So thus we gain 1 experience. Consuming this stuff is no, I guess it does actually matter for the range. We could use this for the range anyway, but I mean, whatever, just gives experience. It's kind of insignificant. And I guess we could have stunned it instead, but stunning it doesn't. I'd rather just get extra damage. Its attack here really doesn't matter because we have an infinite amount of shield on the quartermaster. So yeah, let's do our attack 5 on Spitting Drake number 1 with Winter's Edge. We don't have the other elements, so it's not like we could use this anyway. Even though it is kind of tempting to, I mean, we would like to use this. I guess maybe we should have used the wand last turn. Yeah, we probably should have, because we're planning on long resting soon, and it's not really sure that we're going to need to do many more attacks, but I think it's still fine. All right, so we make our attack 5 on the Spitting Drake. Oh, baby. If only we'd used the wand to use robes. So we get 10 damage on the Spitting Drake, putting it down to 2. Nice. Happy we did not hit these with Crystallizing Blast. It was definitely correct. All right, and so then we're done. So then the Spitting Drake goes, and like I said, just attacks the Quartermaster. So its attack is at -1, thus 3. It's going to muddle, however, but there's poison, so the attack is actually 4. All right, but like I said, we have 1 from Defensive Ditty, 1 from the bottom of Iron Bulwark, and then 2 from Echoing Aria, which gives us 4 total shield, so no damage. It's a beautiful thing. All right, the Spitting Drakes are done. The Running Drakes have been eliminated, and then the Flame Demons go and take 1 damage each from their wound. And that's the end of the round. Well, I mean, we can actually just heal someone here. Oops. Because we certainly don't need to be the one to finish that off. Shaping the Ether does it, and we want to go as early as possible to make sure we kill the Spitting Drake before it goes. And here, honestly, we could maybe even just start up Soothing Lullaby. That way we could be the one healed, and Soothing Lullaby, I don't know, I might give a little bit of healing. I'm not sure that it's necessary. I mean, regardless, we should play these 2 cards, and we'll see. Gives us more movement as well. I know we miss out on a bless. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, we need to go after the Elementalist so we can move to the... We need to go after both of our allies, so we have the option to move to either of their spots, depending on whether we go move 4 or move 3. So actually, yeah, we should go like this. Although the advantage of going before is then the Soothing Lullaby affects them this round. Although again, removing the poison from the Quartermaster doesn't really change anything since we're planning on long resting no matter what. So the only thing this would do is just to remove... to give 1 healing to the Elementalist, but I actually don't think that's that important, so I think this is fine. It's better to make sure we can maximize our movement. Maybe leaving these 2 coins behind, but so be it. I actually do want to beat the scenario this time. All right, so the Elementalist goes first. We're going to use Shaping the Ether, which gives us an attack 3, range 3. We're going to consume the fire and gain 1 experience. 1, 2, 3, so attacking the Spitting Drake. Okay, so we do enough damage. Again, our overkill doesn't matter. Puts us up to 4 drakes. We have to kill 12 drakes to successfully complete this scenario for anyone who wasn't here yesterday. Okay. And then we have the bottom of Primal Duality. We can create elements. Doesn't really matter if we do. We can't move far enough. We don't have our boots. We do want money, but money is more important for the Quartermaster. But can the Quartermaster actually, yeah, the Quartermaster can make it because we have our boots as well, and we're going to long rest, so we can make it to the other coin, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 easily, yes. And heal, yeah. So we'll just move to here using the bottom of Primal Duality. And we create both light and dark. Not those should matter much. Then it is the Quartermaster's turn. So we're going to gain 1 experience by using Sharpening Kit on someone, but on whom? I guess we don't have range to do on the Soothsinger, so it actually has to be the Elementalist. So yeah, we'll heal the Elementalist for 4. And then we'll do a move 3 with the bottom of Scroll of Lightning. Interestingly enough, also creating wind. And we'll use our boots as well to get up to move 5 total in the end. Going 1, 2, 3, 4 onto this coin. Because we do definitely still want money. Okay, so that's the Soothsinger's turn. She gains 1 experience for having a song up. So if you do 1, 2, 3, now even if we do a generic move 3 with this to give a blessing to an ally, we're actually not adjacent to anyone, so it doesn't work. So we have to use the move 4 no matter what. So we will do 1, 2, 3, 4. There's not really any advantage of switching songs, and it's not going to change our longevity. I mean, we can use a charge of one of these to gain additional longevity, but we'll have opportunities to do that later. And even if we have to use 2 in a single round, it's fine. At the same time, we don't have tuning the outcome anymore, so we actually don't really have a top action to play while moving towards the next room. Ah, Themris, you see? They all have the same reaction that I did. I know. I'm just telling you. I told Themris the same thing last night. So I'm trying to think. If we don't bring back the song, we get an extra top action, but does that actually matter? So theoretically, we can do a move. I mean, how likely is it we want to go into this room the following turn? We're going to long rest this coming turn anyway. I mean, it gives us extra experience, which is not insignificant. For a top action to play instead, I mean, it frees us up. Basically, we just have these 2 top actions, which we really want to play. So we'll need to use a move 4. So if we go 1, 2, well, 3 or 4, and then we can do one of those. Yeah, that's actually not bad. We can go into the room that following turn. I mean, the quartermaster has enough movement to open the door. So yeah, I think it's correct to keep the song up. Okay, so we'll keep the song, so we have nothing else to do there. So then the flame demons go. Everything is just going to be eliminated. Both flame demons die from their wounds. And that's the end of the round. So we're going to do a long rest here and a long rest here. Question is, do we need to do a long rest there? Otherwise, we can move closer towards the door. Getting closer towards the door isn't a bad thing. We have a lot of non-move bottom actions we'd like to play, or short move bottom actions. So I mean, we could just long rest now, but I think just doing this in a short rest is fine. All right, so let's go. So we're just gonna do move 3. We don't have an element to use that gives us experience. It doesn't matter. Going to here is fine. Okay. So we need a short rest here. We get to these long rests first. So we choose what to lose here. We need to keep the move 4. Probably time to get rid of Soothing Lullaby. Although losing Soothing Lullaby is risky with the wounds from the drakes. But we need these 2 for tops. We need Nimble Knife as a move 4 for bottom here. We're definitely not getting rid of either of these. Yeah, it's Soothing Lullaby. Nimble Knife is our weakest card, probably, but it's actually quite necessary here. But the move 4 isn't actually going to be great, right? Because the Elementalist took the spot. So I guess the Elementalist needs to have gone here. I guess the Elementalist can just move as well this coming turn, so we just have to go after the Elementalist, which is not too difficult, because we'll probably do like maybe these 2 things. Yeah, I mean, regardless, we lose that card. I think this is fine. I mean, I guess, or we actually with move 4, we can go onto the door if the quartermaster goes past it. So yeah, this is fine. I know we gotta do the other long rest first. By the way, we healed 2 here. Here we refresh this, and heal off our poison, which I think we already did, I guess. Choose a card to lose. I think it's almost always Iron Bulwark. Makes us lose one of our better initiatives. We've still got some decent initiative. I mean, the 12 and 17 are obviously better, and both of those are better cards than Iron Bulwark. I mean, we already lost reserved energy, which is a shame, but it is what it is. I mean, yeah, it's never any of these cards. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely our worst card, so that's what we're losing. All right, so now we can do our short rest. Ugh, it's our biggest move. That's actually an issue. Because we're going to be big time short on movement, and there's a fair amount of movement to be done this scenario. No, I guess we still have to move 4 from Crystallizing Blast. We just can't lose that then. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we got to use move 5 to get in there and to potentially allow the door to remain open. And yeah, just leading with Bladed Boomerang. There's no guarantee that we'll have an enemy within range. Hopefully we will, but we don't know that for sure. So it makes sense to use Bladed Boomerang, the worst ranged attack. Also, it's better to get Bladed Boomerang off sooner. And this way, we're guaranteed, or we're sure not to waste Skull of Lightning. Although I guess worst case scenario, if nothing's in range, we can actually just use the other charge to get it back. But also, just getting the wound sooner gets more damage from the wound, and we're still going to always end up using both of our top range attacks. All right. So again, here we need our move 4. This is kind of difficult because it's definitely better to use the disarm, but it's less likely that the disarm actually hits enough targets, so it's probably safer just to use this now. Both by going later, we're more likely to have more targets nearby. Also, if we end up whiffing, I mean, if there's nothing, I mean, admittedly, again, we can get things back, but I think I'd still just rather use this first, since I only get to use Throw Voice once per rest, and it'll still be good next turn. All right, here we don't really have elements, so that's what we need to work on. Crystallizing Blast definitely does some stuff for that. Maybe just Burial as well. Hopefully with this range 3 plus range 4 and Burial, we don't need to move. Yeah, I think that's actually reasonable. Gives us not super late initiative, but hopefully late enough. And the biggest problem here is that we're not actually, I mean, by not moving in, we're maybe going to hit Running Drakes, but we're not going to hit Spinning Drakes, and Spinning Drakes are obviously more threatening, but it's not like we can just go hit Spinning Drakes by ourselves anyway. So yeah, I think doing these 2 things is fine. All right, let's go. So Quartermaster first, we have a move 5 on Hasten Step. 1, 2, 3, 4. Onto the door. We still got 1 movement remaining. Got nest. Some coins. How many drakes? 1, 2, 3, 4 in this room. So we always have to open 3 rooms then? 4 rooms though, because this room only had 3 drakes last time. God, that's annoying. So we can either go into this room, which has flame demons additionally, which we really don't want to deal with, or we have to open both of these rooms. God, this scenario. Anyway, let's finish setting them up again. So it's 2 regular rending, no, 3 regular rending, 1 regular spitting. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Well, all right. This is good. This actually both these things are pretty good. I think. I mean, I guess the shield is a little annoying because we're gonna hit that with crystallizing blast, but that's okay. All right. So how much movement do these have? They have 3 movement. I mean, so this one's always making it to us, and this 1, 2, 3. So if we go here, actually, then yeah, this doesn't reach us. So this is actually fine, and this still gives the Soothsinger the door. All right, that works. So we'll finish our movement to there, and then we'll use the top of Bladed Boomerang, gaining 1 experience, do an attack 2, range 3, wound. Obviously, we don't want to hit the Spitting Drake. I mean, normally hitting the Spitting Drake would be the best because it's the hardest for us to kill. Oh, I gotta set these healths. It's the hardest for us to kill, so getting a wound on it sooner, and it has the most health, is more valuable. But since it's obviously just about to heal, the wound on it would be quite bad. So instead we'll hit Running Drake number 5 with Bladed Boomerang. So yeah, he'll stop there. Yep. And we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 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 yep. All right. So like I said, Bladed Boomerang targeting the nearby Running Drake. We already gained our 1 experience. We get +1, so 3. Moving down to 7. And wound. So we're done. So then the Spinning Drake goes, well, heals and blesses him. I mean, heals and shields himself. That doesn't really matter. Well, the shield does, I guess, and strengthens himself. Then the Running Drakes go. So again, attack and then -1 move and then attack. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then 1 to here. This takes 1 from its wound and makes attack at -1. So normally 5, -1 is 4, and wound. Okay, so no matter what, we take the wound. So it's 4. We have 1 shield from Defensive Ditty, and then we have 1 shield from the last charge of our armor. Shame we didn't get to refresh that. So again, it was 4 by default, and we shield 2, so we take 2 damage, and our armor gives 1 retaliate damage to this Drake. Okay. So then we have the Elementalist. So yeah, it's actually gonna be pretty nice. 1, 2. I mean, this is kind of the same, but we don't actually have line of sight there. Yeah, I mean, this even I would consider being, I guess, kind of an offending thing. No, there's definitely, yeah, there is no line of sight. I mean, anyway, it was pretty clear. I just realized which scenario this was. Yeah, not one of my favorites. I mean, it's all right. I like it because it's challenging. It's a tough one. I guess I shouldn't say not one of my favorites. It's just it's a challenging scenario for sure. An evil one. Yeah, that's fair. So anyway, we need to hit these with Crystallizing Blast. I guess it makes sense to hit, since we're always hitting all 3 of these first, and then we can use Burial afterwards. So we'll do Running Drake 1, Running Drake 5, and then Spitting Drake 5. So first we always create ice with this attack. I don't know, he couldn't create an element. That was an argument for using the orb. Yeah, that sucks. We really should have had a random element here. We messed that up. Interestingly enough, oh no, we didn't long rest, but yeah, we should have either used the wand last turn, or we should have actually had the Quartermaster go in and use Lightning Orb, or Scroll of Lightning. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've already failed this once, but yeah, because obviously on an attack like this, the value we get from using robes is so good. It was definitely a mistake not to have the extra element here. Oh well. So attack 1, attack 1, attack 1. In that order. Okay, so 1 damage, 2 damage, and no damage, and ice again. Being kind of irrelevant. And no damage there. Alright, so then we have Burial. This is interesting. I mean, yeah, it sucks because now the wound's not really going to do anything, but it's got to be correct to kill this. Yeah, we still get to curse 2 targets. Yeah. I mean, we could use Burial to hit this, which would be more damage efficient, but this just eliminates 1 attacker, which I think is more valuable. I mean, I guess maybe it doesn't change. No, it does change things, actually. Because if they do their scary don't move and attack 3 times, we'd be so much happier to not have this here. Because, I mean, technically there can only be 2 melee attackers, so assuming they move 4, it doesn't change much. But again, if they get -1 movement, then this one won't make it to a spot to attack. Or if we do have the club next turn. What is the official term for you and your allies? Characters. We can go before them at 12 too, including summons. No, I don't believe characters does include summons. That's a good question. What is there a general term that includes summons? Because figures includes enemies. Yeah, I agree with Antares. I actually don't think that there is a term which encompasses both players and summons. Yeah, exactly. I agree with Carlo. It's you and your allies. Yep, exactly. There really should be a term, though. I mean, the game should have introduced this. This would solve. I mean, this would make a lot of templating or formatting much easier. But yeah, we've got giant club plus spear, so actually it does make sense to not kill this one because we can kill it with the club at 12 initiative, which beats their 13. So I think that makes sense. Is figures monsters? Yes, summon figures is monsters, summons, allies, and yourself. Exactly. Figures is literally anything that's placed on the any movable. I mean, well, yeah, any living thing on the board. Although I guess some of the things aren't living. Yeah, you get the picture. All right, so no, we will actually use burial to attack here. And this is actually one of those funny situations where we do not technically have line of sight, right? But again, I'll just clarify. I clarify this occasionally when it comes up. This should be a house rule that I write below, but I consider this not a house rule that's worth mentioning because I think it would confuse as many people as it would clarify anything. But so I just mention it from time to time. Technically, rules as written, I do not have line of sight of this enemy here. The reason being is that I'm not actually allowed by the rules to draw line of sight line from any of these four corners, even though they don't actually interfere with line of sight. The wall which interferes with line of sight is here. So easily I can draw line of sight, from, like, for example, here to there or here to there. Like, for example, this is a line which is not intercepted by anything, but technically this wall actually blocks line of sight. I mean, it doesn't actually block line of sight, but yeah. It is more finicky than you thought because the rules as written for line of sight are technically you can't draw a line from any wall that touches your figure or any wall that touches that figure. I agree that it is ridiculous that Isaac confirmed this, but it is actually the case. This has been brought up a couple times before. So again, we actually house rule this. We just allow it to be intuitive. It is intuitive that you do in fact have line of sight because again, you can draw from the wall behind you to the wall. Yeah, not a fan of including walls, even for simplicity. Yeah, I mean, well, not non-relevant walls. Is it corner or edge? Is that the easiest way? That doesn't change anything to give line of sight in times you shouldn't. I mean, the way I kind of house rule in my mind is, I mean, again, this is kind of less clear, so this would work less well for other people. Is as long as it doesn't touch any wall. I mean, you can that actually is relevant for line of sight. Yeah, but that's fair. Or edge. Okay. Well, anyway. So, again, we don't actually have line of sight here, but this is a ridiculous rule, so we actually are playing as if we have line of sight here. So we will, in fact, attack Rending Drake number 1. Because this wall behind us shouldn't make it difficult for the Savas, who has a clear path towards this enemy, between him and the enemy, to actually fire an attack at that enemy. All right. Again, just clearing this up, just so people understand that I am aware of this rule, and I'm just choosing to ignore it because it is absurd. So attack 3 on Running Drake number 1. Okay, creating fire. Ooh, that's spicy. So, yeah, 3 damage. Down to 6. So the reason this is good is this gives us an excellent shaping the ether next turn because we've got fire and ice, which are the 2 most relevant. So we're actually going to then use our wand of terrors or tremors to create earth. This way we can now have attack 3, range 3, stun, target 2, which is great. Okay, and so then lastly we have the Soothsinger who goes, gains 1 experience. Oops, performs a move 4 with nimble knife. 1, 2, 3, 4 to here because we want to be in range to do stuff to them. And then we're going to use our top curse of Singing Arrow. Again, cursing either these 2 or these 2, it doesn't really matter. Either way, adding 2 curses to their deck. We'll need to switch to Disorienting Dirge pretty soon here. All right. So like I said, we need to go as early as possible to make sure we beat them in initiative. And oops, except you're over here. And it's time to skewer them with the giant club. As for us, like I said, we're going to shape the Aether. So presumably this one dies, so really we want to stun these 2. We kind of like to move to there, but we also need to go early. So moving to there is probably not in the cards for us. So I guess we're actually going to have to move to here. Because we don't have our boots. Otherwise, I guess we could use the earring here. Suboptimal, suboptimal. If we don't have enough movement otherwise. All right, see you in a bit, Themris. I think we're supposed to use a good initiative. I think we're supposed to just use this, and we'll just figure it out. Worst case scenario, the Quartermaster can also just move, doesn't actually need necessarily shield, since hopefully one enemy dies, 2 enemies are stunned. So, again, if we're stunning 2 enemies, we can save Throw Voice for 1 more turn. So what are we using as a top action then? Not really much. Disorienting Dirge here. 3 curses, although we can only give 2 and 2 blesses. Yeah, Dirge is good here. And the top really just doesn't matter. I mean, we could punch in case. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just a fine backup. In case somehow the Quartermaster misses on this, we can punch it. But unfortunately, otherwise, we just have no meaningful top actions here. Again, Throw Voice is meaningful, but we don't want to use it this round. So I guess, I mean, these two are better together, but we'll probably want early initiative for Throw Voice next turn. So why don't we just get rid of this now? Again, we're going to not get to use the bottom of Echoing Aria this way, but given that, again, we're stunning 2 enemies this turn, so at most there's 1 attacker, and the next turn presumably we'll disarm 2 enemies, so maybe, again, there's 1 attacker, maybe not even. It doesn't matter so much that we're going to be missing out on the turn of 2 shield. So better just get rid of this now so that we can make a move and attack, which just gives more damage. Oh no, so that we can have good initiative. And so we're throwing this way, which sucks actually, because we're losing out on the 2 attack. But again, having initiative to make sure that our disarm goes early enough is the more important thing to do, I think. All right, so there's the 13. Glad we went to the 12. 2 target poison attack. That's painful. Fortunately, we're going to stun him. All right, Quartermaster's first. Gain 1 experience, make an attack 5 with Giant Club. Use the Long Spear to turn the attack into a 2 hex. Target like this. So we'll do closest then furthest. So 5 and 1. We also take 1 damage from our wound at the beginning of our turn. And I'm just going to go ahead and use my healing potion now. Yeah, because we don't actually have healing anymore. That's not true. I guess we can heal ourselves soon with Sharpening Kit. All right. Let's keep it then. Because next turn we attack, but then the turn after that, presumably with Sharpening Kit. That works. Okay, so our attack 5, targeting the adjacent Drake, and then the further Drakes. Okay, 4 damage, but that's enough. Ooh, baby. I mean, this is the advantage of giving out all these blesses. Ooh, Soothsinger. So we did 4 damage here and 10 damage here. Ooh, it does it too. Nice. Because, again, 5 doubled by the bless is 10, and we needed to do at least 4 more points of damage than is necessary. And again, it has 6 health, so we get exactly 4 more points than necessary. Beautiful. And 2 Drake kills. That's what I'm tracking with this little thing, in case that was not clear. All right. Yeah, there's no... shielding ourselves does do something, because they are actually going to get to attack. But moving helps the Elementalist a lot. It also lets us get a coin. Taking 1 attack is fine. We have some healing afterwards. And this allows us to keep advancing and to leave these coins for our allies. So we're going to move to here, grabbing this coin. Yeah, we'll go there and grab this coin. This is fine. Dirge is only going to give 1 curse now. So we killed 2 enemies. Come on, Quartermaster. And so then we're going to use the second charge of our Minor Endurance Potion to get back Reinforced Steel, which we used as a generic move. This gives us an extra turn here, which fits perfectly. Okay, so then the Running Drake goes, attacks, and then moves, and then attacks. So it moves to here and attacks the Quartermaster, so making an attack 4 wound. -2, so that makes an attack 2 wound. We have 1 shield from Defensive Ditty. We have no additional shield here, so we take 1 damage. That's fine. Okay, so then it's the Soothsinger's turn. Sorry, I'm getting a bit distracted there. Actually, so it does beg the question now of whether it's actually correct to even use Disorienting Dirge anymore. I mean, it gives 2 blesses, which is nice, but otherwise we could actually just do multiple attacks. I think that's even better. So yeah, I think I'm going to use Melody and Harmony to do a move 3, attack 3. Going to here. And we're going to make our attack 3 targeting the Running Drake number 2. Using the bottom of Melody and Harmony again. Oh well. And then we're going to use the top of Disorienting Dirge as a generic attack 2, punching Spitting Drake number 5. Okay.
So that gives us 2 damage here, putting it down to 10. And I think we will, I mean, we've got enough charges of both of these so that I can get an extra use of Dirge. I'm gonna, oh, did I gain my 1 experience for having a song up? I don't think that I did I? Nope. All right, so we should gain 1 experience. I'm going to use an additional charge of my major endurance potion to bring back Disorienting Dirge, which we use as a default action. This, again, will just allow me to make sure that I actually use Disorienting Dirge for its effect this rest. That does mean I'll need to use another endurance potion charge. That's usually not too difficult with this class. Okay. So, actually, we're probably not going to do that. I mean, not get to use another charge, but I'll explain why in a second. So now at 15, we go. We need to move first. I mean, we should move. Otherwise, we could use our Hawk Helm, but I think it just makes more sense to move first. So we're going to use Primal Duality to move, creating Light and Dark, and doing a move 2, which puts us onto this coin. Everyone getting a ton of coins except the Soothsinger. Rough. And then we're going to use the top of Shaping the Ether, consuming everything except wind. So consuming fire, ice, and earth, which gives us 1 experience by default. Attack 3, stun, target 2. So we'll hit both targets. We'll do Rending Drake 2 and then Spitting Drake 5 in that order. Okay, creating ice and getting a +2. So we got new ice, which gives us 3 total, and a +2, which gives us a 5 total. Beautiful. And we didn't need to do anything else there. I mean, we have no wands to use. I'm not using any of that stuff. All right, so we're done there. And so, oh yeah, and so we actually put a stun on both of them. So now this one loses its stun and strengthen and skips its turn. All right, and on to the next round. So what are we doing here? Well, it would be good to disarm this, but we could also just kill it, right? Killing it seems good as well. We've got ice, light, and dark. Well, we've actually just got Winter's Edge, which just kills. I guess this is our earliest initiative, so it makes sense to do that. Meanwhile, here, I guess I don't really need to disarm. We should actually just kill the Spitting Drake before it goes, so I can actually just avoid playing this, which does allow me to then still use Disorienting Dirge early to get out the 2 curses and the 2 blesses, and just, I guess, use this as a generic top, which can even allow us to punch this, I guess, just in case. And then get that back and still not lose a turn by not using an additional endurance potion here. As for us, healing now is nice because then we don't lose another turn from wound, but I think we're going to long rest anyway, so we actually can take 2 more damage. It's fine. So we can take 1 more turn and use this now. It's going to be disadvantaged, which is a little bit unfortunate. Ooh, actually, let's do this because, and I'll explain why, I would actually like to get the, oh no, I'm using Sharpening Kit. I was going to use Sharpening Kit's bottom. It's so tempting to use Sharpening Kit's bottom, right? But it's actually just silly here because I want to use the top. Man, Sharpening Kit's such a nice card. It's so good. We want to use this, that's for sure. I guess we probably want to move away to lose disadvantage, and we can pick up a coin by doing that. Yeah, that's fine. So in that case, also going early is useful. I mean, their 13's a reshuffle, so they can't have it again. So yeah, it's probably better to beat the 13. All right. Oh no, he's stunned, so it actually doesn't matter if we beat the 13. But if we're planning on healing next turn anyway, initiative also just doesn't matter for that turn. So I think it's fine to do this. Maybe we kill the Spitting Drake instead if it reveals that it's going to go early, although they don't typically go very early. I guess unless they're doing a stupid shield and heal. Well, you were trying to shield and heal, but you're not getting away with it. All right, so he's stunned, so he does nothing. Skips his turn. So then the Soothsinger goes, gains 1 experience for having a song up, going to gain 1 more experience for playing the bottom of Disorienting Dirge, which is going to give the last 2 curses into their deck. Beautiful. And again, 2 blesses for our allies. Maybe the way that this bottom should be balanced is just by not doing both, but letting you choose, perform one or the other. Because now that I think about it, reducing the range doesn't change. I mean, the range on the curse, I guess, does definitely impact it. The range on the bless probably doesn't change too much. But yeah, maybe the way to balance this would have just been to give people the option of doing one or the other. That would probably be a fair card, to be honest. All right. So next up we have the Quartermaster. So we're going to perform a generic move 2 with the bottom of Reinforced Steel, moving back onto this coin, which again allows us to pick up a coin and to lose disadvantage. A double threat. Take 1 damage from the wound again. We're going to create light, again, with Scroll of Lightning, making attack 5, range 3. So which one is the harder one to kill? I guess this one is. This one's getting punched anyway, although the punch is unlikely to kill. Actually, it's impossible to kill. And then so I mean, it's a 5, a 5, and a 2. Well, really, it would be best to do like 5 and 2 here, but we can't really do that. I guess. Oh no, the Soothsinger still has her attack. Oops. Yeah, sorry. So we use the top of Echoing Aria as a generic attack 2, targeting Spitting Drake number 5. Okay, well, 2 damage. Another 3. And we use a charge of our minor endurance potion to bring back in Echoing Aria to give ourselves an additional turn. Meanwhile, we only had Soothsinger when I was a class that didn't really want blessings, but our Soothsinger wouldn't believe me and chase me around. Yeah, so I guess it makes sense for us to attack this because we have more +2s in our deck, right? Yeah. So we have a bunch of +2s in our deck. So if we get a +2 or a crit, we actually kill this, and then the Elementalist kills this. Whereas it's much less likely the Elementalist kills this one than we do. So yeah, we'll attack the Running Drake with our attack 5. Nice. Perfect reasoning. All right. So we do 7 damage, which kills that Running Drake. So then the Elementalist goes, and is going to use the top of Winter's Edge. We're already in range. So we have just an attack 5, range 2, targeting Spitting Drake number 5. Let's flip them. Well, wouldn't have mattered. But it's the thought that counts, right? And then we have the bottom of Soothing Hail, which creates fire, which again doesn't matter, but sure, why not? So move 2, yeah, because we have no advantage of using a generic here. Now this is difficult. I guess we have, well, I mean, who am I kidding? We're always picking up a coin. So, we have a really difficult decision because we know this scenario because I mean, all right, we know information on this room and this room because we did this scenario on Tuesday, right? And we're not going to pretend that we don't have information we've gained through repeated failure. So we know that there are only 3 drakes in this room. It's possible there are 4 drakes in this room, but again, with the knowledge that there were 3 in here, it seems relatively unlikely. This room, on the other hand, has 4 drakes, but also an elite flame demon. The elite flame demon obviously being very annoying and something we don't need to kill to successfully complete the scenario. So the choice we have to make now is which direction we're going. Because there's no reason to run all the way up here if we're going to do this room and then this room. But if we're going to do this room, then we can move up through this room picking up the coins, which is another advantage of going this way. If we do this, we only have to do 1 room rather than 2, but the downsides are we have to tank some stun traps, at least 1, because we don't have jump. And we have to deal with an elite flame demon in addition, and basically fight 5 enemies at a time rather than fighting 3 and 3. So this is easier fighting, but requires more longevity to run all this way. We actually don't have a lot of movement left, so I think I am inclined to actually just go face the single room rather than trying to do 2 rooms. It's an interesting question, though. I enjoy the dilemma this poses, even though I do consider it to be pretty sadistic scenario design. All right, so they're both eliminated, and we end the round. So we just have our turn here, which we're moving and healing. We still have our boots, which we'll use. Here, I mean, we're just moving. And here, again, just moving. Okay, so we gain 1 experience for having a song up. No reason to change to this song, at least. So we just perform a generic move 3. Yeah, I mean, we'll pick up a coin. It's 1 out of the way, but going 1 out of the way to pick up a coin is definitely worth it. We do want some money regardless. So we move there, and we do nothing else. And then next up is the Quartermaster, who again pays 1 life to his wound, but is going to use the top of Sharpening Kit now, gaining 1 experience, performing heal 4, going up to 16, and removing the wound. And then performs a move 2 at the bottom of Crushing Hammer, plus our Boots of Striding to get a total of move 4. Boots of Striding are free here. Even though this does mean missing the coin, this is too much movement to pass up. Again, longevity is going to be an issue for us. Going one movement out of the way to pick up a coin I think is worth it, but not two movement. Two movement's a lot. So I think I'd rather just go here and ignore the coin. And who knows, maybe I'll get this coin afterwards. We'll see. And again, we're using the Boots of Striding because we're 100% long resting with all our other spent items spent, and missing 2 health. It's just too perfect. And so then the Elementalist has just a generic move 2, going to there. And it's important for the Elementalist to go here rather than try to pick up this coin because the Elementalist has the least movement of our entire party at this point with only a single move 4. That's the end of the round. So we just do a triple long rest, I guess, I don't know, in case the round, I mean, it doesn't matter, but I'll just do it properly anyway. So 3 long rests, nothing as beautiful as a synchronized long rest. All right. All right, so we each get to choose the card we want to lose. I suppose in the last fight, Sharpening Kit isn't that valuable. We don't need it as healing as we move through because everyone's at full health now. I mean, it is a very powerful bottom action, but the Soothsinger doesn't attack much. This Elementals can make AoE attacks, but this room is pretty spread out, so it's not even that easy to hit more than 2 targets with Crystallizing Blast. And all their attacks are good. I really want this. What's the next party going to be after these boys are done? It's going to be up to player voting. So we will have unlocked, in addition to, well, right now we'll be unlocking Circles, Cthulhu, and, I mean, Quartermaster again. So we'll have, of classes we haven't played yet, we'll have Circles, Cthulhu, Sun, and Angry Face. So there'll be 4 choices to go from, and we'll almost certainly be doing a 2-player party. In fact, I would say with certainty we will be laying a 2-player party, no matter which 2 characters are chosen. Here we did a 3-player party specifically, well, I mean, to support Triangles. I think Triangles isn't that good in a 2-player party. I mean, it can work, but it's definitely, the class is better. Do we have Seekers or in-person quests? No, we have the Perfect Poison. But Triangles is definitely better the larger the party size. It's easier to support this class, both through elements and through the fact that the class kind of wants to stand around, doesn't want to frontline, etc. Yeah, Triangles plus Eclipse is something in 2-player, without a doubt. And then the Soothsinger is also better in 3-player. So there are a lot of reasons for this party to be 3-player, but after this, the classes we'll be playing are all fine in 2-player. So that'll be the direction we go. All right, here we're definitely bringing the song back to gain an extra turn. And yeah, they've got 10 curses in their deck, so it is actually time to get rid of Defensive Ditty, as we will now be using Disorienting Dirge as a song for the last room. All right, so what do we lose here? Maybe Crystallizing. No. Move forward. So let's see. Could be Primal Duality. This is good for Formless Power, though. This gives us an attack 4, range 4. So what are our best tops, then? I mean, realistically, so these 2, and then any one of these 3 can be good. I guess this is the hardest for us to make good. This one's pretty easy, especially in conjunction with these 2. Although I'm not sure we'll have this sort of clumping in the last room. It's easier to get this, which kind of does the same thing. It's still worse. If we can hit 2 targets with attack 2 wound, it's obviously better than 2 target attack 3, and we can't create ice that easily since we don't have our ice bottom anymore. Yeah, it's time to get rid of Shaping Nether. Alright. Let's get moving, shall we? So, gonna have to tank the trap on at least one person. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So, well, we do have a move 4 still. But there's no reason not to do a long rest trap tank, right? Bless an adjacent ally, also by using this as a top. Also, we have move 4 and then exclusively move 2s, although we do have our boots. So let's see. With move 4, we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Guess we don't actually need to use that because we do what, like 1, 2, and then 1, 2. Then we use 4. Because I think what we want to do is just 2 turns of moving towards the traps. And then on the third turn, we'll have the Soothsinger tank a trap. The reason being is that the Soothsinger still contributes, obviously, a fair amount, even while long rest. I mean, while stunned, because we still have our song up. And the Soothsinger and Quartermaster are tied at this point for least longevity. I guess the Soothsinger technically has a little bit more because she has still 2 charges of this, so she actually has 1, if not 2 more turns than the Quartermaster. But I'd rather have the Quartermaster in the fight. So if we do move, and then theoretically, I mean, I guess on any one of these turns we can use Nimble Knife as a top to give a bless, even here, actually, since the Quartermaster is already adjacent to us. So in that case, it's what, move 3, and then in, or 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1. This doesn't work. Yeah, because it is worth giving a bless. We also need to set up a song. The sooner we set up the song, actually, the more experience we get. The song is going to be Disorienting Dirge, so I guess we can wait a turn to do this. So bottom, I mean, the other cards we play really don't matter at all here. Yeah, it's always going to be all our cards before we get in there. We just have to make sure we don't play this. And the initiative matters a little bit, but not really. Oh, yeah, we were supposed to get rid of Sharpening Kit. There we go. So for us, we've got plenty of movement. So we want to go in the third turn. So the third turn for the elementals is going to be, this is a move almost certainly, and then what is going to be the top? I guess the top should probably be this. Oh, we can't create ice with movement anymore, though. That's annoying. So did we get rid of the correct card? Yeah, we still did. We can still use a mana potion for it. And there can also be one card that we keep aside. So if we do move 2, what is the element we want to create before going in? It's just the question. Because we can do one of our move 2s the turn before we go in. So we can either create fire or we can create light and dark. Yeah, ice is really the best. Unfortunately, we just don't have that anymore. I mean, we lost on a short rest. Not really a lot we could do. And it doesn't make sense to go in with Crystallizing Blast. So, yeah. I guess in that case, that really doesn't change much. So is it better to lead with Formless Power? And like Wand plus Potion to use Winter's Edge afterwards? I'm not sure that's really any better. Otherwise, we can just try to use Ice Spikes late and have the Quartermaster open the door. Maybe the things clump and we get to do a decent Ice Spikes with fire that we'll have created. But there's a Flame Demon in the room. It can also use our fire. Yeah, so that doesn't work. So I guess it's probably just this, the turn. All right, so the turn we go in, it's going to be Formless Power and Crystallizing Blast. So the turn before we go in, we're going to play Primal Duality, and then again a top that really doesn't matter. So we also have to choose the one card that we certainly do not want to lose. And that's going to be Winter's Edge, right? All right, that makes sense. We'd like to keep this in our hands. So it's like this turn moving, this turn moving and setting up the elements, and then this turn going in. Okay, this works. So her, we've kind of also already figured it out. Well, we just need to play this in one of the turns. So for him, kind of want to see the most efficient way to move. If we can get this turn, that'd be great. Because it'd be nice to pick up that coin on the way. How do we do that? I mean, we've got move 4 here. Do we want to use Bladed Boomerang or Scroll of Lightning when we go in? I guess Scroll of Lightning is fine to use when we go in. Again, it creates an element, which can be nice. So in that case, what? If we use this to make it to the coin this turn, 4, and then we use something like a move 2 afterwards, then we'll have a move 5 with Hasten Step. Yeah, that should be enough. Plus, we've got a boots, worst case scenario. All right, so that's pretty free. So the last turn, we want to make sure we save these 2 cards. So in this case, we're just playing this stuff. I don't think we have any intention of playing Reinforced Steel. It's pretty costly. If we play that, we'll only have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 turns in the last room? No, that's definitely not worth it. I'd rather have 2 more turns than have Reinforced Steel for 4 turns, I think. Yeah, not having stamina potions, big difference for this class and this card. I mean, your ability to play losses on a 9-card class when you can't get stamina potions back is rough. All right, so it doesn't really matter what we play here. So I guess we just play this. All right. So we basically figured everything out. Let's go. So first things first is we set up Disorienting Dirge as a song, and then we do a move 3 to there. And then the Quartermaster goes, does move 2, move 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, like so, and gets a coin. And then the Elementalist goes, just performs a generic move 2. Okay, so we want to use this top, and again, the bottom really doesn't matter. All right. Meanwhile, over here, like I said, we save these 2 for the turn we go in, so we use these 2 now. And us, we use these 2 now. Okay. So we gain 1 experience for having a song active, and we use Nimble Knife, Bless, affect 1 adjacent ally. I actually think it's better to give the Bless the Elementalist now. Both of them are going to be attacking for 4/5, pretty much, except the Quartermaster is actually going to be tanking some muddles in this room, so the Blesses are going to be a little bit less useful for him, I think. It's pretty close either way. I think I mean, I don't think it would be a wrong decision to do either. And then we use generic move 3 with Echoing Aria. Did we mess up our initiatives? We did. All right, so because we need, I guess we got 44, 45, or 7. No. Yeah. So none of these cards, Echoing Aria didn't matter. We needed to save this for next turn because we have to tank the trap before. I was just forgetting about that. Again, this is all open information. We're just playing our own cards here. So if we go like this, we go like this, and we go like this, then absolutely nothing has changed. Then we still have the same order. So we just do this, and we're just use Singing Arrow for the move. We just needed to go early next round. Despite having paid attention to a lot of things, didn't pay enough attention to that. So we get to what I think it was here, right? This turn. Then the next is the Elementalist, who doesn't move to, or no, we get to here, go to here this turn. Move 2 to here, creating light and dark. Do you want to create this now so we can use the robes to add 1 to Formless Power? No, because he's going to create, oh no, but light, it doesn't matter. We already have it. Yeah, I guess it's fine. We've got our Moon Earring anyway, so we're likely to be able to reuse this at some point. So if we create this, it just turns Formless Power into an attack 5, range 4. And we just need the wind plus the mana potion to then use Winter's Edge after that. So this makes sense. All right, so we'll use that here. And then here we have, again, just a move 2. I guess the Soothsinger was, because we originally went to there, so then we went 1, 2, 3 to there, and they were both here. Yes, because the Quartermaster went on the coin, and the Elementalist couldn't move that far. No, the Elementalist was on the door. The Quartermaster was on the coin, Elementalist was on the door, and the Soothsinger had moved to here. Or to here, maybe? Yes, to here. So we could have gone 1, 2, 3 like this. That way the Quartermaster could move here. There we go. We figured it out finally. Okay. So again, we're going to move on to the trap and tank it. We're going to go into the room guns ablazing with I guess going later is probably better. And we're going to go into the room with a 26. All right, let's go. So first is the Soothsinger. Again, we have nothing to do with the top. So we're just going to move a generic. And yeah, I think this is the better trap to proc, because then it lets us come out this way rather than having to come out this way. Although I guess now, because we don't really have push. Yep, so we'll move on to this trap, which stuns us. These are stun traps. Voila. All right, so we are stunned. Well, 1 second, what time is it? All right, just getting hungry, but I should be done with this not too long, and then I can take my eating break. So we are done. We gain 1 experience for having a song up. Next up is the quartermaster. So we perform move 5 with the bottom of hasten step. 1, 2, 3. So we have 2 movement remaining. Why is there a coin up there? Did I forget to remove that last time? Yeah, I must have, because that's where there will be coins. All right. I was wondering if I had accidentally grabbed it for someone and forgotten to take it. So we have 2 movement left, but we need to set up this room. Stupid elite flame demon, just to be mean. It's technically supposed to be because there's the chest in this room, but because the design of the scenario, having only 3 of the Drake types in the side rooms, I wonder if it's the same enumeration at 4 players. Let's see. Because we're committed to this room at this point anyway. So at 4 players, you need 16 Drakes, and so you have how many in the first room? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Drakes here. And so then if you go here, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, that doesn't work. Or 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. No, so it's the same. You can't do, you can never do 2 rooms other than these 2 to get the right amount. All right, yeah, so it's vicious across all player counts, which is how it should be. Well, if it's going to be vicious at all. What drives me crazy sometimes is just seeing stuff which is poorly balanced for a certain player number, but this seems to be quite, as long as it's fair to all player numbers, I think it's fine. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops, I gotta shuffle this. There. All right, so we've got the spitting drakes back here. What's my drink counter at? I think I forgot to increase it. We did 4 here. No, we did. Yeah, it should be at 8. 4 and 4. Which is why we came in here. Exactly. All right. Precisely. All right, so 10 health on these. Mm, 12 health on these. I already set the 6 health on that. All right, great. So let's see what they're all up to. It's kind of vicious. Oh well. At least it's not the stun. Would the stun actually worked? I think it has range 1, 2, 3. No, it actually wouldn't have worked. All right. So we have 1 more movement if we want, plus our boots if we want. From here, we don't hit any of them. Are they hitting us? Yeah, they're all hitting us. They have 4 movement. Yep. Whereas we can come back out, hit nothing, then only one of them hits. Only one of the running drakes, but it hits the Soothsinger as well. And plus this will hit? No, that can never be correct. Should we grab a coin then by moving in further? Yeah, there are only 2 melee enemies in the room, so it's not like using the door in any way is really that significant. So yeah, I guess we might as well just hold on. 1, 2, 3, and yeah, they'll go there. You can go there. I think it's fine to use the boots to get a coin. So we have 1 more movement plus 2 more from the boots is 3. So going to here. Better to go to this side than this side because here our ranged allies have easier line of sight of where the melee enemies will run to. All right, so more coins is certainly welcome. And then we use the top of Scroll of Lightning, creating a new light and making an attack 5, range 3. So this can only target running drake number 4, and that's fine. Come on, crit. Let's eliminate 1 enemy right off the bat. Nice, and not even a bless. Wow, all right, beautiful. Feels good. So that's 1 drake down, 3 remaining. So now the running drakes go. Again, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. So this one goes to here and attacks the quartermaster. So we have disorienting dirge up, so all attacks are disadvantaged. So this is an attack 5 with disadvantage, which wounds. Jeez, it's pretty impressive. They had 25 cards in their deck, which includes 10 curses and a miss. So 11 out of 25 cards are misses with disadvantage, with flipping 2. It's fine. -1's not a big deal. So that ends up being, well, first of all, we get a wound no matter what. And then we take 4 because of the -1, but we have 1 charge of this, so we actually take 3 damage. And we do 1 retaliate.
Okay. So then it's the Flame Demon which goes. So the Flame Demon is going to hit the Soothsayer. That's kind of okay, right? So it doesn't consume fire or anything like that. Not that it really matters. So it will hit 2 targets. It has range 5 as an elite, so I think it already has range, yes. So we'll hit first the Quartermaster and then the Soothsinger. Each of these attacks is a -2, so an attack 2. Always disadvantaged. So first on the Quartermaster. Yep, as expected, no damage there. Ugh. Then on the Soothsinger. All right. That's where all those curses were hiding. So the Soothsinger does get wounded. That's going to be okay because we're going to long rest next round. And then it is the Elementalist's turn. So the Elementalist has the bottom of Crystallizing Blast as a move 4. In the end, we didn't really need to move 4, but we certainly can. So we can go all the way to this coin here, which I don't see any reason really not to. Is this going to get us attacked by anything? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it does. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, okay. Ugh. Fine, we'll give it back for now. Try to get it at some point. I guess so we're just moving to there with Crystallizing Blast. Ah, but the nice thing about this is that means we can actually just use Crystallizing Blast as a generic move 2. The problem is we're going to be set up to fail with initiative. They can do the any element nonsense and steal our elements. Well, I mean, it should still be okay, yeah. So actually just use Crystallizing Blast in the end as a generic move 2, just moving on to the door, because we don't actually need to move any further. And we don't, since we're not going to the coin anyway. And then accordingly, we can use the second charge of our Minor Endurance Potion to get Crystallizing Blast back to give ourselves an additional turn right away. And so then we're going to use Formless Power. So we're going to consume all 3 elements. So we're going to consume 2 elements here. So I guess Earth and Dark. This gives us 1 experience and gives us attack 4, range 4. Then we're also going to use Robes of Evocation during your attack. Consume any element to add +1 attack to the entire attack action. So this puts us up to attack 5 by consuming the light as well. So we get attack 5, range 4. And from here, 1, 2, 3, 4. We could use our helm to target one of these. But I think it's just fine to kill the Rending Drakes first. They're pretty scary. I mean, both types of Drakes are honestly quite scary, but... Alright, so that works. So we'll make an attack 5, targeting the aforementioned Rending Drake. Plus. The called shot worked last time, but not this time. Oh well, just have to settle for 5 damage. So putting him down to 4. And then we need to use our Wand of Storms as well as our Minor Mana Potion. This allows us to create both ice and wind, which will allow us to hopefully kill the Flame Demon. Even though we don't actually need to kill a Flame Demon to win, being able to just one-shot, I mean, or whatever, it sets up Winter's Edge, which I think is worth doing, and hopefully we'll be able to use Winter's Edge to kill the Flame Demon, just to eliminate it from the room, because we can easily one-shot it, which eliminates an attacker. It might not be necessary, but I think it theoretically can be pretty free, and regardless, we're just going to Winter's Edge someone, which is advantageous. All right, so the Spitting Drakes are making attack +1, so these are going to be 5s. Both are going to be targeting the Quartermaster. 1, 2, 3, 4 range. This just needs to move up 1, 1, 2, 3, 4 from there. All right, so 2 attack 5 muddles on the Quartermaster. Throw that muddle on there and start making those attacks. All disadvantaged. Whew. All right, so that's a 6. So 5 actual damage. Yeah, that's normally not what you want to see when you have Disorienting Dirge up. All right, there we go. That's more like it. I already got the muddle. Okay. So the Spitting Drakes are done, and that's the end of the round. So the Soothsayer does have to long rest because she is stunned. We already have our 2 cards. We'll go with the earlier initiative. I don't think it's going to change too much here. And the Quartermaster definitely taking a short rest. Yeah, I mean, our bigger attacks are more important. Well, it's our best initiative and some valuable shielding. I just don't want to lose either of these 2 cards. Actually, no, but I lose too much initiative by losing that, I think. Oh, it is Themris. Triangles just plays as a pure support and just feeds the other class and can, I mean, basically just stand at the very beginning of the scenario and you just win. Just like dancing around in the circles in the first room. Being like sending you good vibes. It's not very fun for triangles, but it is very powerful. I've had a lot of people comment on this, so I'm pretty confident in that. No, I think I'll re-roll. I hate paying 1 life, but I can't afford to lose this initiative, I think. All right, that's better. I'd rather lose that. All right, so what are we doing here? Well, we'd like to kill off this running drake. We can skewer, although that just gets us retaliated for nothing. Stupid flame demons ruining our beautiful item. Definitely want to go as early as possible. I mean, we're muddled, which kind of sucks, but I think this is still fine. So any conclusion on the last for the people in chat? So yeah, I mean, go as early as possible, which beats again the 13 of the running drakes, and use giant club to hit it. Since it's next to us, we don't need to use the scroll of lightning. We could to get an extra element for him, or for the elementalist, which would be nice actually. We might just not even end up hitting the flame demon. In that case, we just hit the spitting drake, and the extra element doesn't really matter that much. And this is just the more reasonable thing to do. It also gives us shield for any incoming attacks, etc. Best initiative. We're going to use our healing potion here. All right, this looks good. Well, let's go. All right, so they're going at 46, 59, 52. All right. Well, no matter what, we should use Giant Club first. So we'll attack first with an attack 5, targeting the Running Drake. We take 1 damage from our wound, and then we're going to pop our healing potion to go up 3 and to get rid of the wound. Hopefully this Running Drake will die here, and we won't have to worry about getting the wound again. All right, so the attack is muddled on the Running Drake. I guess the other thing would have been disadvantaged anyway. Huh, yeah, I should have used... I was stupid. That was stupid. I should have actually used Scroll of Lightning because this would be disadvantaged anyway because we're muddled. I guess Scroll of Lightning's more flexible for hitting the Spitting Drakes afterwards. There's an argument for keeping it, especially since we lost our biggest movement. We actually don't have that much movement. I mean, we have Bladed Boomerang, but we might even want that as an attack. I mean, it's tough to say. Still, though, maybe it possibly was better than to use Scroll of Lightning in the end. I just forgot about being muddled, so this was a little bit stupid. But again, I'm not even sure that actually hitting the Flame Demon is correct, so I'm not sure it actually matters. All right, anyway, disadvantage attack 5. All right, well, we lost a Bless, but again, it doesn't really matter because we still get an attack 6 on something with 4 health, thereby killing this Running Drake. And dropping a coin there, and we get rid of our muddle. So then we have either we can shield ourselves for 2, or we can do a move 2. We're still going to be absorbing a number of attacks here. So if we go to this coin with the Elementalist, we get attacked by this one attacks there. We can not go to the coin with the Elementalist. I do want the coins, but if I attack the Flame Demon, I actually have to move away first. The question is whether I should attack the Flame. I don't think I should actually. I think I can ignore the Flame Demon and just try to focus down the 2 Spitting Drakes. So in that case, I mean, I can attack a Spitting Drake from where I am, but I do want to get coins. It feels bad to not get coins. So the point is, if I use the shield, but then the Elementalist moves up, then the Elementalist is getting attacked by 1 anyway, so the shield is less valuable. But I guess it's still the Flame Demon plus this one that's hitting us, so yeah, it's still worth doing. It sucks again to pass up coins, but hopefully we'll still get to pick them up. All right, so we'll use the bottom of Reinforced Steel. Shield 2 affects self and all adjacent allies, so we have Shield 2 here. Okay, so we're done. So then the Elementalist goes, so we're going to consume Ice and Air, gaining 1 experience, which gives us an attack 5, range 4, pierce 4. And again, we're just going to ignore the Flame Demon at this point and just try to focus down the Spitting Drake. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 range to hit number 1, which makes sense. So we can do this before moving. We could use the Hawk Helm to hit the other one, but again, there's just no need. Ooh, yes. This is the value of adding all those blesses. So that actually does 10, putting us down to 2. Soothsinger carrying parties since 1999. And I think I am going to pick up the coin, so I will just move over here with the bottom of Crystallizing Blast. It doesn't really matter whether I use it as generic or non-generic. Should I use my earring now to get some items back? No, I don't think that's necessary. All right, so then we're done. So then the Flame Demon goes, so lower initiative on the Quartermaster, so it will attack the Quartermaster. There's no fire, so it just makes an attack +0, so an attack 4 on the Quartermaster. Still disadvantage because of Disorienting Dirge. Yeah, Disorienting Dirge, pretty good card. So no damage. Running Drake was eliminated, so there's just the Spitting Drake left. So the Spitting Drakes, so first, number 1, the only thing is getting the double muddle here without a doubt. Muddle's actually mattering a bit, but anyway, 1 muddle goes there, 1 muddle goes there. Oops, if only. If we're just pretending as if we had the Drakescale Helm.
So 1 will attack the Elementalist, and 4 will attack 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, and 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yep. So 1 goes here, 4 goes here. Both these disadvantaged attacks, but both disadvantaged attack 4s. So first on the Elementalist. All right. So we take 4. That's okay. We'll survive that. And then on the Quartermaster. Well, so much for the shield actually mattering. We could have grabbed a coin. There's nothing that feels worse than knowing you could have grabbed a coin and not. What is nice is their deck is getting down quite small, and there are still 3 curses and a miss in there. So at this point, 4 out of 9 cards in their deck are still no, I'm not dealing damage. And even though there's a crit in there with the constant disadvantage, that doesn't do anything. Oops, I just accidentally kind of sat on my headset thing. No, it seems that it's fine. I'm going to get caught between my leg as I moved. More than sat on it. All right, let's end the round. So the Soothsinger takes 1 from her wound, but heals 2, so that does nothing and gets a long rest. Yeah, we're definitely. I mean, even though we couldn't get extra turns by bringing this back, it's silly to bring this back. We've got 2 decent top actions still, so I'd rather just keep the song up. Oh, we also gain 1 experience song during our turns. So what do we want most? Well, this actually lets us kill one of the spinning drakes in the back. This lets us disable something, so we definitely want those things. This also lets us kill a spinning drake in the back and potentially give a bless, but we can't actually reach that this turn. Yeah, I think we just get rid of Nimble Knife. I think that's fine. Actually, don't have great initiatives with Dirge up there, but that's okay. All right. So this and this seems reasonable. This gives me better initiative to go up and kill that spinning drake in the back. So I'm going to be able to move 1, 2, 3 to here, and then I'm going to throw voice and disable something in the room. And with my move 3, attack 3, I'm going to be able to kill the spinning drake there with 2 health remaining. Here, I just want to move on to a coin, I guess this one, and make an attack with Scroll of Lightning. So we might as well do a move shield. And here, time for a short rest, which is fine. All right, that's all right. We don't have the ice creation anymore, and the fire for ice spikes matters less, since at this point these 3 ranged enemies aren't really clumping up. I mean, Burial, definitely. Burial can also kill that spinning drake up there. We can, if the Soothsinger, I mean, we have flexibility of who we attack with the Soothsinger's attack 3 and our attack 3, and we also have the Hawk Helm that we can literally use twice this turn, so we can easily get ranged to hit everything in the room. Don't really have much in the way of elements, so that does kind of lead itself to Winter's Edge. But Winter's Edge doesn't really hit if we use Burial, so maybe we don't use Burial. No, I think we use Winter's Edge next turn when we move up to a coin. So what do we use as an attack here? Primal Duality? Top attack? Yeah, actually that seems fine. Sucks to be disadvantaged for this. But then we can actually use with range 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So what we can actually do is we can use the top of Primal Duality. It sucks that we're creating fire for the Flame Demon as well, but so be it. With the Hawk Helm, it gives us range 5 on both of these attacks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which hits both. So we should kill this one and do some damage to this one. And we'll use the Hawk Helm for that. Then we'll use the Moon Earring to then Hawk Helm again for the bottom of Burial to again also hit that same spinning drake back there. All right, looks great. Also gain an experience, which is not nothing. Spinning drake at 27, huh? Okay. And the Flame Demon at 3. So the earliest initiative in the room is actually the Elementalist. Ugh. All right, so the Flame Demon's gonna create fire, which is kind of okay for us, and make an attack -1, so an attack 3 on the Elementalist. Again, with disadvantage as usual because of Sword and Dirge, so 2. All right, so be it. Getting a little beat up over there, but we'll be all right. We're not going to beat our battle goal. We need to... No, so we actually... Yeah, I'm being stupid here. We need to throw away a card here. I think we're more than fine. So this can be played as a loss. So not that. This can also be played as a loss. So let's get rid of, I guess, Crystallizing Blast. Because we need to get down to 3 cards. Here we've done this. We did ours. I think I put it... Yeah, I tried to put a token on. I guess I didn't see it. So yeah, we need to get down to the number of cards. It's easy to forget battle goals like this. All right, so we'll lose a card to save the 2 life. Again, more just to burn longevity because we're pretty close to winning here.
So we need to make sure we don't actually end the scenario this turn then. Can we get down to 3 next turn? Yes, we can. Yeah, we can. We can actually even this turn. Yeah, okay, we're fine then. All right, so next up is the Elementalist. So what we're going to do here is we're going to begin by using Primal Duality. So we're going to use the Hawk Helm. So we're going to gain 1 experience. This is going to create a new Ice and Fire, but hold on a second with that old Ice and Fire. We're going to use the Hawk Helm to increase its range. Then we're going to use the Moon Earring to refresh all our spent items, refreshing all of these. And then we're going to consume the fire, the old fire, which was created by the Flame Demon, using the Robes of Evocation. So this gives us +1 range on this attack, as well as +1 attack to the entire attack action. So we are on Song of Ice and Fire. So we have an attack 6, range 5, target 2, which had created these 2 elements. And did we gain our 1 experience? I believe we did, yes. This is unfortunately disadvantaged, but so be it. So we will do Spitting Drake 1 and then Spitting Drake 4. Ah, yeah. Sorry, I always forget to read. Thermostat couldn't resist with the Bard in the party. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Can't hate. All right, so the closer Spitting Drake and then the further, both of these disadvantaged because of the model. All right, so interesting. This is ambiguity, strangely enough. The Elementalist is a mess when it comes to advantage and disadvantage. There can be no doubt about that. Advantage is basically useless for this class, and disadvantage does very little to this class. So, in fact, I mean, again, this actually doesn't matter. In reality, neither one of these is any different because the enemy has 2 health, so critting it changes absolutely nothing. But humorously enough, we actually do get to keep the Bless, which turns our 6 into a 12, doing 10 overkill on this here Spitting Drake. And then the other Spitting Drake. All right, well, here we don't get it wind. So we just do 6 damage there, putting it down to 6. And then what we're actually going to do to make sure, even if we end the scenario this round, which is very possible, that we, well, do we still get attacked? No, we don't. Yeah, getting my battle goal is more important than gaining 1 coin. So then I'm going to use the Bottom of Burial, and I'm actually going to attack the Flame Demon. So we're going to create Dark and make an attack 3 on the Flame Demon, still muddled. Okay, so this creates a fire in the end, does no damage, and we take 4 Retaliate, and we're going to negate the Retaliate by losing a card, which I guess should be this, because that doesn't guarantee give us an experience where either of these bottoms can. No, that does give us an experience with the top, though. We can go bottom top for 3 experience if there's another turn. All right. So that ends that. So this way we have, yeah, and this is lost. So we have 3 cards, right? And that's what we had to get down to? Yeah, perfect. All right, we did it in the end. So then it is the Quartermaster's turn. So the Quartermaster is going to do move 2, shield 2 self. It's going to move to this coin here. And then we're going to use Scroll of Lightning, creating light, and make an attack 5, targeting the Spitting Drake with Muddle. All right, well, we don't kill it, so I guess there will be 1 more turn, but that's okay. And we lose the Muddle. And then the Spitting Drake goes 1, 2, 3, 4. So it has 4 range, so it can only attack the Quartermaster. So it attacks at +0, +1. So that's 5. Oh no, it's disadvantage. We still have Disorienting Dirge up. Oops. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just Disorienting Dirge things. So we apply a poison and a muddle. And again, had only 4 range, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is how far away the Elementalist is. Okay, so the Spitting Drake is done. So then it is the Soothsinger's turn. So we're going to perform a move 3, attack 3, going 1, 2, 3 onto this coin here. A bit more money, which is nice. We get an experience for having a song up at the beginning of our turn. And we're going to use Throw Voice to simply disarm, I guess, the Flame Demon, because it's more likely to go early and mess with our plans. And we actually forgot to create the element, so we'll actually use our minor mana potion now to create wind so that the elementalist can do all the things. Okay. And then that's the end of the round. So let's do a short rest here. That gives 2 experience. That also gives 2 experience and actually attacks. So yeah, we can lose that. That's fine. Oh yeah. So something like this. So there are some coins left in the room. The Elementalist is not going to get any coins. We're just going to play these 2 cards, the bottom and the top, for 3 experience. So, and here we can get experience with the bottom. Yeah, sure. May not actually even kill. No, we should kill it. We should kill it. All right, let's go. Interesting. Okay, well, we may get punished for being a little bit too greedy here, but I think we should be okay. So it heals 2, has 2 shield, and strengthens. I should have actually gone later on them. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get all the coins now. Oh well, Spitting Drake's done, so then it's the Soothsinger. She gains 1 experience. I actually don't care about the experience that much. I'd rather get a coin, so I'll just do one of these as a generic move 3. Going 1, 2, 3. Picking up this coin, and then I'll just use the top of Singing Arrow to give 1 curse by targeting one of them with this. So then it's the Quartermaster's turn. Yeah, the Quartermaster having to go. We should have actually played a later initiative. We did bungle this a bit because we could have gotten 1 more coin from the killed Drake. Oh well. So we're gonna do a move 2 with the bottom there. I'm not gonna bother with the extra attack 1. We're muddled and has 2 shield. And I'm gonna gain 2 experience by using the top of Crushing Hammer as an attack 3 stun, which is again is muddled. Yeah, so it does no damage, but we do stun the target. And we lose our muddle. No damage because it has 1 shield. All right, and then the Elementalist goes. So we're going to set up the bottom of Formless Power. Gives us 2 experience. We're going to use the top of Winter's Edge, which is going to give us 1, so it's going to be 3 total experience. I really like experience on the Elementalist because gaining levels is great. So bottom of Formless Power, once during your attack actions, you may consume any element to add +1 attack to the entire attack action. Didn't just mess with my mic again. It's still coming clearly. Yeah, it seems fine. I hope. Let me know if suddenly I'm too quiet or anything like that. All right. Yeah, we already reused this, huh? That sucks. Oh well. So we'll still get a pretty good attack here. So then we're going to use the top of Winter's Edge. So we gain, or we consume ice and wind here. The other element we consume really doesn't matter. I guess we'll consume fire just for good measure with the Formless Power. So we have range 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, which is not enough, but fortunately we've got this nifty Hawk Helm to go +1 range. That gives us 5 range. So because we consumed any element, this gives us attack 5, and because of the Hawk Helm, we have range 5. So we have, attack 6. So we have attack 6, range 5, pierce 4, targeting this Spitting Drake up here. Actually, we're not going to kill it. I hope we don't run out of cards here. All right, well, anyway, that attack, +1. Okay, well, that puts it to 1, actually, because we get 7, and we pierce all the shield that it had. We should not have been muddled again. We did not get attacked the last round. All right, then the Flame Demon doesn't move and is disarmed, so it does nothing. Did we gain the 1 experience for her on her turn? Well, we'll just assume we did. From her having a song up, I guess we can check. There's the log. Yes, we did. All right, so this was lost, and that's the end of the round. So we do I guess we don't do a short rest here. We just play these 2 cards. Experience to attack and kill, presumably, and then move on to the coin. Here, short rest. Sure. Here we can gain an experience because we have nothing else to do this turn, because we won't be able to pick up a coin, presumably. Well, let's see. We'll just do something like this, I think, for now. Let's see. And over here. Oh, we actually burned through all our cards, so we will actually just take a long rest. All right, well, hopefully the quartermaster can end this thing. It means it breaks at 1 life. I guess worst case scenario, we can also end it. We can't go after easily. Yes, we can. We actually want to go after the quartermaster so that in case the quartermaster doesn't kill, worst case scenario, we just walk up and punch the stupid thing. So we want to go with something like this, actually. Yeah. All right, let's go. So the Spitting Drake goes first, but is stunned. Then the Quartermaster goes, gains 1 experience, makes an attack 5. Oh, wait, did we not play? No, we can gain experience with this. Okay. Makes an attack 5, targeting the Spitting Drake. Here we go. Was getting a little bit scared that we'd maybe try to milk it a little bit too much. All right, so we get the kill, and then which actually would have been an overkill kill as well, and then we just move on to it with the bottom of Scroll of Lightning, picking up the coin, which is great. And then the Soothsinger, then the Flame Demon goes. So the Flame Demon will attack these 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, yeah. Attack the Soothsinger. Disadvantage still. All right. So no damage, creates fire, this doesn't really matter. Soothsinger on her turn gains 1 experience for having a song up, and we play 1 experience, force all enemies in the target area, just targeting the Flame Demon to gain 1 more experience. Okay, and that's the round. And that's the scenario. All right, well, we're still a bit tight. I mean, we were able to milk a little bit at the end, although, again, not with a ton of margin. Definitely went easier than last time. We played better and got a bit luckier as well. Without a doubt. Whew. All right. So what do we get for this scenario? I think just an achievement. No, it's an annoying, difficult scenario. Yep, you get nothing. My favorite thing about this game. Playing difficult scenarios and not being appropriately rewarded for them. All right, so the scenario was 5, which actually is 4, which means gold is worth 4 each and experience is 12. So let's go through. We got 24 experience for the Elementalist, which puts us up to 66. And money-wise, these are worth 4 each, so it's 24 gold that we gained. Thank you for the GG, Thumrus. And then here, it's 12 gold that we gained. Putting us up to 16. And 22 plus 12 gives us 34 experience. Yep. So we're now only 4 experience behind the Elementalist, despite having played 1 less scenario. Here we gain 14, so we gain 26 total. And money-wise, we picked up a boatload. So we gained 36 gold. He's up to 40. Almost to that doomed compass. All right. And we got a lot from the scenario, even if it didn't come with a reward, which is nice. And everyone gained their checkmark, which is also nice. Happens so rarely when playing 3-handed solo. Oops. Deleted all of them. I didn't mean to do that. You can breathe underwater. Admittedly, I guess it is like if you were playing something like Zelda, it would feel really cool, right? But playing something like Gloomhaven feels less cool. I mean, just getting an achievement. I guess for people who roleplay it a bit more, it does feel cooler. But since I'm not, much of a role player, except when I'm playing a scoundrel, yeah, I don't really have the same impact. Yeah, it's true, you do. And you're not comfortable, and it negatively affects you in the scenario. So, all right, let's get those couple curses, a few curses out. Those few blesses. All right, beautiful. Check off the scenario that we finally completed after 2 tries. They are bizarre flavor-wise, without a doubt. Sorry, the underwater levels are bizarre flavor-wise. Oh no, you weren't spoiling anything. Themris is just making a joke about that being spoilers, but yeah. Yeah, he didn't mean you. Don't worry. ZZ Crash. Okay, so we need to grab our check marks each. I mean, playing a lute is at least a bit more believable. I could imagine, very slowly strumming it. All right, anyway, we need to take our break now. So we'll come back and I guess we should announce that first. It's always preferable. We unlocked a random side scenario, didn't we? Maybe we'll hit up one of those. I'm not really feeling this one. What was the one that we unlocked with the retire? Oh, it was Magma Pit. Ugh. I just did that one not too long ago, too. With no jump or anything. God, that's going to be a disaster. No. Never slave pens. Never ever. Already done Nightmare Peak. Don't want to do Scorch Summit. Don't want to do Realm of the Voice. Actually, can't do Realm of the Voice. Shrine of Strength, huh? Oof. So there's that. Never this. Man, we don't have a lot of scenarios that are like, I guess we can do Demonic Rift. Oh, we just got done dealing with Flame Demons. I mean, I guess we just go underwater now. Yeah, I don't think we're doing 38 with this party. If we get Angry Face, we can do it, but... Ooh, at the same time, our next party is going to be 2-hand player, so maybe we do need to do it. Well, I may actually have to do 38 with this party, but I'm not going to do it as the second scenario. I mean, like, I'm always more tired for the second one. I don't have the patience for dealing with 38 right now. Yeah, let's just do 37. I guess that's fair. It's a scenario I probably don't hate. So yeah, let's just change the title. So I'll stop the recording here, and yeah, we'll be doing scenario 37 next when we come back.